All right, I think we're live. Let me just really quickly post this in the Discord. All right. Fire Emblem 4 time. So, I didn't know what I wanted to stream tonight because I've got like 7,000 ongoing playthroughs. So I actually asked my patrons to vote between Pokemon Conquest, Fire Emblem, the Engage Sabotage run, and the FE4 Remake. And that's why there wasn't anything like scheduled ahead of time. Also, let me very quickly fix the chat. Alright. I gotta do a test message, make sure that it's working. I was just wondering about this. Okay, test message seems to be working. Lex will guard your messages for you. Whew! But yeah, that's why I just sort of scheduled it last minute, because I didn't know what I was going to be streaming. I let the patrons vote, and they voted for... So it went back and forth. Initially, Mbad was winning, but then the FE4 pulled ahead. The FE4 Brigade came in last minute and won Democracy. But... I'm actually kind of glad that we're doing FE4 today, because, today is when the Ice Rider video went up, the clip from last stream talking about, Kaga and his influence on the story in a not-so-positive way. And I did want to, expand upon that conversation. Just because, some people brought up some points that I think are worth addressing. I think I'll do that while we're doing arena stuff, just because, that's sort of that's the time where I have to pay the least attention to the game, and can do more, engaging with the audience. And I do want to hear from people who are here, as well as... there are some comments that I got that I want to address, because I think that, yeah, I think it's the sort of conversation that's worth having, right? I think that, what is the castles, people? Okay, everyone has already moved. I read the title as Fire Emblem 4's translation. Yeah, so it's Fire Emblem 4's translation got a remake. Moving through this forest can't be highly engaging gameplay. I mean, this is one of the worst segments. This is one of the worst segments in Fire Emblem 4. Actually, I kind of want to run a poll. Worst FE4 segments. Because I have my opinion, but I wonder... There's certainly some castle design choices. So we got Spirit Forest, Infinite, Sleep, Staff, no Restore. Backtracking in Chapter 4, Desert in Chapter 7. I think those are the 4 worst castles. I'm curious which one y'all think is the actual, like, worst. So fun fact, I recently learned Jamke will not attack Adine. Or Edane. Y'all are gonna have to bear with me. I'm gonna use old translation names. It's just what I'm used to. So y'all are just gonna have to bear with me around that. But But yeah, Jamke does not attack Edain. It's like Joshua and Natasha. I learned this through watching a video my friend Casual Jacob made, which I will link in the comment in the chat after I finish moving everyone like 4 tiles. I also keep almost accidentally warping and returning people. I saw that video. Yeah, good. It was good video. Good video. Casual, Jacob, Jamke. Oh, hey, Mercury, no, you're gonna spill my milk. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down, get down. Copy this, post it in chat. I'll pin it to... Boop. Alright, if you... Can we get do... Yeah, we can steal some gold from this guy. I think we just end turn and let them come to us. Accidentally warping infantry out of the forest. Something an effective way to say you will no longer do anything in this map. Yeah. That is the go home, you've had enough fun moment. Did they just... Oh, they must have 0 hit on Do. Do they have 0 hit on Do? They won't attack if they have 0 hit on him. Yeah. So the FE4 AI is smart enough. Kaga did it first, you know, before engage heads come in here. Kaga did it first. It's got the no attack, 0 hit. Yunaka would hate Judd Kroll. I don't know what the sleep staff is referring to because Deirdre has a silence staff. Deirdre does have a silence staff, but there are a ton of ballistas, which makes getting her over to it a little bit difficult. Now, she plays on casual mode, so once she silences him, if she dies to the ballistas, that's perfectly fine. But the biggest problem is, like, actually getting there. Give her the circlet, it gives her Miracle. I mean, she has the circlet. You can't not give her the circlet. So I don't know what you mean by that. She always has the circlet, so she always has Miracle. You're probably going to attack Ira, aren't you? Because Ira actually has more avoid than Do, so you're probably just not going to attack anyone. I just want their gold. The desert isn't bad. Even without the horse, you should be able to have a brave sword. I think the desert is mostly just annoying more than anything. Like, I think just the lowered movement is... I find it obnoxious. I think it's the least offensive of the 3 that I named. Oh, maybe... Huh, I thought the AI was smart enough not to attack when they have 0 hit. Damn, Engage really did do it first. Misinformation from Danny Doyle. I guess this is how we farm kills on Ira. Whereas the FE4 is not so hard that you need Ira to attack an enemy 2,000 times. I thought Fates originated that AI. Conquest has if they have 10 or less hit on you. I don't want to hurt you. Be gone from this land at once. I don't want to hurt you. Meanwhile, attacks. Alright, let's move. Oh, we gotta do the shuffle. We gotta do the shuffle. Okay, move Edain up. Okay, if I move Nisha over, can Edain go to where he was? No, just two up. Okay. I think Ira, go here. Do I want the money? It's all about the money. Multiple turns of walking through a desert and killing one mage, then walking through the desert even more. The leaf segment doesn't help make it less boring. Yeah, that's my thing, is like none of these segments are hard so much as they are boring, right? That's the issue that I take with them, is just they're so boring. If we jab you, 28, 8, that's 20. Okay, so we do need to do a little bit more damage. If we Iron Axe you... Okay, because I want to get the kill on the Javelin. I mostly just go around the desert. Here comes the money. Jav you. You have to backtrack to seize the castle. Oh yeah, that's the other thing to get the dancer, right? You have to go backwards there to Ares' castle. I'm surprised the desert in 7 is winning. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm surprised the desert is winning. I think that the desert is, Yo, wait, Azel's not in any of the pairings. I thought maybe I could sacrifice him to Jamke, to lure Jamke. I guess Jamke's gonna have to attack Du. That'll be fine. The Fire Emblem community hates sand. Just like Anakin Skywalker, we have generational trauma against sand. Du is just here fucking dodge tanking like his life fucking depends on it. Which it does, because he'll get critical hit, like, for sure. Alright, here we go. It's all about the money. It's course rough and it slows us down for no reason and it gets everywhere. I hate 100% status stabs. I actually disagree with that. In fact, I don't think I could disagree with that more if I tried. I think that 100% status is one of the best design decisions that Fire Emblem 4 and by extension 5 did. And the reason for that is I find that in, you know, let's look at the Game Boy Advance and Tellius games, how they do status, right? How it's a hit rate formula based on your magic and the enemy's res and that sort of stuff, right? It ends up making it so that if you want to use a status staff, your hit rate is pretty abysmal. So status staffs almost become a enemy-only tool. Like, you get one sleep staff, it has 3 uses, and if you've got like a 50% chance to put an enemy to sleep, then you're gonna go through those uses really fast and you basically just don't get access to it. And that's before even factoring in that if your strategy relies, should we sacrifice Azel? We could just sacrifice Azel. Azel's not getting married, right? We can just sacrifice him to get Jamke to, like, move to a more advantageous position for us. Oh, the Azel fans are gonna be coming for me today. So if your strategy relies on a status staff hitting, and the status staff has like 50-60% chance of success, you need to get a better strategy. Because it's just not reliable. Oh, right, they will attack you, Dane. She'll dodge tank. It's fine. But if your strategy revolves around... Oh, fuck. I wanted Azel to be the one to die. Fucking critical hit, too. I was just thinking, what if he crits? And now you see the folly of unreliable strategies. I think what we do is we wait, we go up, we move over, we have Arden kill here. We're on a different RN string now. Because dude didn't attack, we're on a different RN string. And because we're on a different RN string, maybe he'll dodge. Unreliable strategies, right? Here's a big juicy Azel for you. Here's a big juicy Azel for you. Attack that big juicy Azel. But the point that I was gonna make, right, is that I think that when status staff is always gonna hit, then it becomes equally potent in the hand of player and enemy. And suddenly you can have cool interactions like, oh, now I have this plan that revolves around me silencing this dangerous mage with 100% accuracy. Now I have a plan where I put a specific enemy to sleep with 100% accuracy. And you can sort of structure your battle plan around that. Just dodge, just dodge, just dodge. There we go! Okay, we found it, we did it. So I like it when status is 100% accurate. Hold, Prince Jamke. Etain, what are you doing here? You said you would persuade your father, and yet you've taken to the field yourself? What's the matter with you? My father's a changed man. My words can no longer reach him. It all started when that sorcerer Sandima arrived. My entire family now obeys his every word. That's why I ask, why have you taken to the field? Please, Jamke. Join us. Let's go to Verdane together, and we can reason with the king one more time. We can put an end to this war. Lord Sigurd has no interest in invading Verdane. He fought only to rescue me. Please, Jamke. Please, I beg of you. Fine. If you're willing to go so far, then I'll stain my name with treason. But it must be understood that I won't let anyone lay a finger on my father. Yes, I will promise you that. Thank you, Jamke. You are truly a good person, Etain. So, unit review. This guy's bad. This guy's bad. I won't mince words. This guy sucks so much. Not him. So, all of the problems that I've brought up with Azel, Ira, and the other infantry people, and Arden and whatnot, apply to Jamke as well. But Jamke is bow-locked. Now, I do think that the Fire Emblem community is oftentimes too harsh reflexively on bow units. In most games, bows have either a niche or can oftentimes be quite good. You know, attacking without a counter is something that comes up with higher quality enemies. Fire Emblem 4 does not really have high quality enemies. They're high HP, they're hard to kill, but they don't actually do that much damage, and typically the best way to deal with a Kaga square is to park a Juggernaut who can survive multiple attacks and just fight them all on enemy phase. Now, Midir, the other bow unit we have, does have the niche of being able to do sort of hit and run tactics, because of Kanto. And so if you've got a dangerous enemy, in particular, the flyers in chapters 3 and 4 come to mind, but also like maybe a mage or a swordmaster. There's plenty of dangerous enemies that you might want to have Midir like do a hit and run, either chip or potentially kill with skill procs, and then run away. Jamke theoretically can do the first half of that, the hit, because he's got Adept, he's got Onslaught, and he's got Pursuit, which I believe is actually more skills than Midir. Midir just has Onslaught and Pursuit, but Jamke has more, so like he's statistically more likely to hit multiple times. You get that sort of machine gun build, bada 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 bada, hit a million times, and combined with the killer bow, which grants critical, it's another chance-based ability to deal even more damage. He can just function as a delete button, right? His stats are also marginally better than Midir's, 11 strength and 14 speed in comparison to, after a little bit of training, although he's level 4, so not really after training, 9 and 9. Like, his stats are marginally better. The thing is that if you're relying on skills to get the kills anyway, which I think he is, the minor stat difference doesn't really matter. Both Midir and Jamke's combat performs basically the same, except against some of the toughest enemies. But Jamke can't do hit and run stuff. So, there's only one killer bow. A lot of people like to leave it on Jamke, but if you give it to Midir, you'll find that, hey, critical onslaught and pursuit is enough to delete select targets. You don't also need adept and 2 more points of strength. And that's before even mentioning, like, obviously the Canto is the big thing that Jamke loses out on, but Midir also keeps pace with everyone, right? Jamke has the same old infantry problems. And the worst thing about Jamke is he's not even a good dad because pursuit is not a personal skill. So if you want Jamke, if you want to have like an archer father, we're doing Midir Lester, right? Midir Lester gets pursuit. Jamke Lester does not get pursuit. So Jamke can't even cope on like being a better father. I think he's arguably, there's one other unit I think is worse than him in Gen 1, but there are only 2 in my tier list. There's only 2 units I put in F tier, and Jamke is one of them. I will say this for him, he does give a very good first impression, because he has a nice starting position, right? He starts out on the front lines, negating that infantry problem of how do you get to the front lines. Well, he's already there, and he starts with the killer bow. He can do some very good combat against these fuckers, right? And I think that if you're just trying to get kills on the killer bow, which I tend to think of Gen 1 as the time that you feed kills to weapons, you're training the weapons for Gen 2, then yeah, let him get some kills during this segment, right? There's a bunch of hunters, so he can also effectively enemy phase. This is one of the few formations that a bow unit is good at enemy phasing. So he can, once you silence this guy, Jamke can pretty effectively just kill these hunters on his own. So he gives a very good first impression. And as an enemy, he is very threatening. We just saw him kill Do. And he can do the same thing to a lot of your other combat units. So I understand why people like him, but unfortunately, it's just an instance of, especially Chapter 2 is so unfriendly to infantry, and it's immediately after you get him. So it's an instance of the first impression just not holding up. Apparently Arden isn't F tier. I don't think I put Arden and F on my list. Okay, hold on a second. Mercury, you need to stop. No, Mercury, get down. Get down. Get down. You've got like 10,000 cat trees in here. Hang out on one of them. My cat is jumping up on my desk. And she's fat. She's very overweight. So she jumps on my desk and it wobbles everything. And I have a glass of milk here because I wanted to eat Oreos and milk on stream. I have these new, like, limited edition chocolate-covered pretzel-flavored Oreos. They're very good. It's funny, they're limited edition, so I went to the grocery store. I'm such a fucking fat ass. I went to the grocery store, and I literally just put all of the ones on the, all the chocolate-covered pretzel Oreos on the shelf in my cart. Because, you know, they're limited edition, and, FOMO, I guess, and also I like them. They taste good. I take back what I said about him being good at RNG abusing, because he's too good at killing things to retry over and over again. So I think that the best RNG abusers are the people without skills. So, for example, I actually think Arden, if you want someone to hang out in the arena just to burn RNs, Arden is very good at it because, he doesn't have any skill procs, so you can burn 1 RN at a time. I guess we go here. Slim Sword. Vantage affects RN burning. Does it really? I'm pretty sure it just affects the combat order, right? But also, because there's no RNG tied to Vantage. This isn't Radiant Dawn. God, I hate moving people through this fucking forest. It's so miserable. I know that dancers are good for RN burning. Yeah. Well, so the thing is, if you want an RN burner, you want someone who you don't mind leaving in the castle, right? And Arden is someone you don't mind leaving in the castle. This is good. That's why in 0% growths, I made my RN burner Lester, because I didn't give him any skills. It was Claude Lester, no skills. And so he just existed to burn RNs. Okay. This took me 1.5 hours to play through. Oh, the Spirit Forest? It's pretty awful. Are you... We're farming money right now. So we want to get the money. Claude Lester exists in total suffering. Yeah, but I think, like, Claude Lana is probably the best dad for Lana. And I'll be for real. I think Lester is just always gonna be pretty bad. So I don't really focus on trying to, like, make a good Lester in my pairings. Because, I mean, you'll see, we have Midir Lester, right? Once we get to Gen 2, assuming no one pays for a different pairing, we will get, I'll show off Midir Lester and how, like, like what I said about Jamke and bow combat, right? Where, especially in Gen 2, there's just so many Kaga blocks where you just want a good enemy phase unit, and Lester's just not ever going to be that. Oh, we have a talk. Edane? Thank goodness you're okay. Lord Sigurd, so you came to my aid, did you? Please accept my apologies. I put the people of Chalfie through nothing but danger. Don't worry about it. Everyone will be glad to know you're safe. You've nothing to worry about anymore. The road back to Yngvi is secure for you when you're ready. No, I wish to remain here. Injuries and war are inevitable. As a humble servant of the gods, it's my duty to stay here and aid your wounded. Say, Edane, as I recall, you declined to pursue knighthood and instead joined the clergy, am I right? I shouldn't be surprised, knowing how easy people warm to you and you to them. I'd do well to learn from your example. Thank you, Lord Sigurd, but that isn't entirely true. Initially, I sought priesthood in a bid to help me find my sister, and even now I still believe this is the answer I seek. You mean Bridget. I heard that she went missing as a child. So all this time, Edane, you've been praying for her sake, haven't you? Yes, I know that we'll meet someday. No matter what happens, I must give this to her. It's her sacred birthright, the bow you fill. So that's a bit of foreshadowing for a future character. Let's just kill this guy with the javelin. Epic Force recruitment music is so good. It is. It's one of the better Actually, okay, chat. What's your favorite recruitment theme? I think that there's so many good recruitment themes. It's hard for me to pick a favorite. FE8? Oh, that's Together We Ride, right? Or is that FE7? FE7 has a good one, too. I really like the recruitment theme in FE7. Together We Ride. More like Itchy Balls, Ishi Ball. Oh, right, we're gonna get some of the, like, really funky sounding translation names in Gen 2, aren't we? Johan and Johalvir are gonna be like Uchibar and Uchibara, right? I know that they're more accurate. I know this is not a criticism of the translation patch, because I know that they're more accurate, but I like them less. Is that like that's fair, right? I know that they're more accurate, and so I know, like, if you're trying to make a accurate translation, which this is trying to do, then, like, it's better. But that doesn't change the fact that, personally, I like them less. Let's keep you alive. I think the best way to keep that guy alive is with Arden. I like FE9 and 10. Yeah, their recruitment, I like the FE9 recruitment theme as well. I have a lot of nostalgia for a lot of elements of Atelius, because FE9 was my first Fire Emblem. And so that's probably where, like, some of my attachment to the recruitment theme comes from. In my head, it's, like, the default one, right? Just learn Gaelic. Yeah, I mean, so that's the other thing, right? Is that, like, I recognize that my preference likely comes from the fact that it's harder for me to pronounce them. And I'm not trying to say that they are, like, worse for that reason. And I hope any, you know, Irish, Scottish, Welsh people in the audience don't feel that I am, trying to insult your language and your culture. Healers healing each other is very fun to me. It's how you grind experience in Gaiden, right? Nisha is cool. Nisha is cool. Although he can't compare to the goat Alec. Look at this, Steel Sword Alec gaming. He's got 69. The man is made of sex. Should probably try to get some kills on Finn as well. He's the sex man. They're not hard to pronounce. The spelling is just funny. Yeah, it's more just like my brain can't internalize that, like, that's how you spell the things. The sex man. Alec is the Rizzler. They know me as the Rizzler. I'm the Panther dressed in black. When I show your girl my Riz face, she ain't ever coming back. Holin is just pronounced Holin. Yes, and that's why it was spelled that way in, like, the original translations. Let's try to get a kill on Finn. Interesting thing about Finn is, like, it's kind of hard to train him in the Axe chapters because he's at weapon triangle disadvantage as compared to the Lance enemies, but you need to train him to some extent in these maps. Because otherwise, he's, like, really under-leveled compared to the Cavs, right? So it's sort of this push-pull of the training of the Lex. Or the Finn. Lex doesn't need training. Lex just needs Brave Axe. There's so many Irish people in this game. I think that's what the majority of the names are based off of. Again, sorry if you can hear chewing. I just like these Oreos a lot. Alright, let's get the money. All the money. Thracia is a real place in the Mediterranean region. I think a lot of Fire Emblem countries are named after real places, right? Like Crimea. Crimea is a real country. Is this stream sponsored? It's not sponsored, but I am open to negotiation. Macedon is just Macedonia. Oh yeah, I didn't make that connection before, but it is, isn't it? Sponsored by human flesh. I still think that was one of my funniest jokes. It definitely wasn't meant, it was completely unrelated to any allegations that there might be against the company known as HelloFresh. You know, my lawyers have advised me to make it clear that was just, it's just a coincidence that the names are so similar. Crimea is not a country. Isn't it? Yeah, Crimea, the Crimean Peninsula. It's a peninsula in Eastern Europe on the northern coast of the Black Sea. Okay, so it's not a country, it's a peninsula, right? It's a region. Okay. So it's not a country, it's a region. It is a real world place though, right? We're almost through the Spirit Forest. It's a region in Ukraine. Okay. So I got it halfway right. This is the misinformation stream, it would seem. Make sure to like the stream if you like all the misinformation I've been spreading. Wait, Lord Sigurd. Is that Deirdre? Ah! So this must be your spirit forest. Thank the gods. For a moment I thought I might never see you again. My lord, listen. The Dark Priest Sandema guards Castle Verdane with his wicked magic. You must go no further. You will surely be killed. Please, you mustn't go. But I mustn't place my men in even greater danger either. I have no choice but to go. I see. Then I will go with you. Excuse me? This is called a Silence Staff. So long as my own power is enough to pierce their magical resistances, I will seal his magic away. Trust me, my lord, I'll ensure his dark spells never harm anyone again. Never imagined you'd have such power. But why? Why are you helping me? I tried to forget you all that I could, but it was in vain. I no longer know what I should do. What is it you're afraid of, Deirdre? I don't understand. But if you and I feel the same way, then surely we've nothing to fear. I love you, Deirdre. So, what turn number are we? We're on turn 34. So, fun fact, if you get to turn 50 before recruiting her, they don't get married until next map, because love doesn't grow until or after turn 50. But that also reminds me, I gotta make sure to put the lovers next to each other, right? So we'll put you here. You here. Should we just grind love points? Like, try to get these pairings as much as we can? We could just grind love points. Do not slander her. She also uses silence in chapter 2. Yes, she is the... So, what I like about Deirdre... Oh, right, I didn't do a unit review for her yet. I didn't do a unit review for her, right? Okay, so Deirdre. She is a shaman. She can use light magic and stabs. She has B rank stabs, which is enough for things like physic. Silence is the big one that she starts with in her inventory. But you can buy a heal staff on her. She can be a healer as well. And having silence in her starting inventory is nice because silence is a very expensive staff, and your other staffers, well, Ethlin can't use it, but Edain probably doesn't have the money for it unless, like me, you've been shoveling gold down her gullet, right? So silence is useful in a couple of instances in Gen 1. This is the sort of silence tutorial right here. This guy has a siege weapon and you want to use silence to get rid of him. But there's also the infinite use sleep staff, where Deirdre is sort of the intended solution. I don't know if it's the intended solution, but she's the best solution to the guy who just spams sleep over and over again. As long as I believe at base she has enough magic to silence him, although she might need a couple of levels, I can't remember. Now, the awkward thing about Deirdre is after Chapter 2, in Chapter 3, she's not allowed to leave the home castle, and then she gets kidnapped for story reasons, and she's not available for the rest of the game. But one of the cool things about Deirdre, and this applies to Julia and is much more abusable with Julia, Deirdre plays on casual mode. If Deirdre dies, instead of having a death quote, she goes, "Oh no, I've been kidnapped!" And then when you seize the final castle of that map, you'll find her and she's been held hostage in there instead. So it allows you to play much more aggressively with her than you perhaps would with other very frail, like 3 defense, 26 HP, other very frail units, right? One of the big things that comes to mind for me is in that same castle where you've got the guy spamming sleep, there's tons of ballistas sort of guarding him, right? And if Deirdre dies to the ballistas, you kind of don't care because you'll get her back at the end of the next map. In this map, I guess if you're like fighting the hunters and you need her to silence this guy, it can be the same deal. But other than that, there's not that much to say about Deirdre. She can do combat, which is kind of cool. She can go through the arena to get, like, more money for stabs, which is important because stabs are expensive. And you probably want to buy a heal staff with her, even though she's only around for 1 map. It's nice to have another healer. You do get Latches on that map, so it's not desperate, but I like buying a heal staff with her. And I like just sort of having her as another healer. Even if she were around for longer than those 2 maps, she would sort of run into the same problems that Edain does, where as the infantry healer, it's harder for her to get to the people that need the healing. Circlet also provides miracle and renewal. Here it's called the heal skill, but and that's kind of cool, I guess. Renewal can be good for, like, abusing your HP to get into miracle range for the arena. If you really want to, like in a ranked run, if you really want to like min-max her in the arena, you can do some bullshit to get her in miracle range and make sure she gets experience, because she counts for the experience rank in ranked runs. So she's a much more interesting unit in ranked runs in that she's temporarily around and you want to pump experience into her. But in a casual run like this, I don't think she's got too much going on. She passed the heal staff to Julia. She does not. So Deirdre, despite being the mother of Seliph and Julia, Deirdre does not actually, she does not actually impact the children at all in terms of inheritance. Julia will not inherit any items from Deirdre, and while both Seliph and Julia get the skill Nihil, their stats are not affected by Deirdre's stats. Normally, stats have a minor impact on their children's bases, and then obviously a significant impact on the growth from the growths. But in terms of the final stat that a parent ends up with has a very minor impact on their child's starting stats. But Deirdre does not have that effect, and because her children are fixed, obviously her growths don't affect their growths because their growths are fixed. But she doesn't pass items down to Julia either. There's no inheritance interactions for her, which is relatively unique. I think she's the only Gen 1 character for whom that's true. Because Ethlyn and Quan, even though they have a fixed parent, Ethlyn and Quan, even though they have a fixed parent, like, they do pass down their base stats, impact the base stats, and their inventory gets passed down as well. She affects Selif's growths. I mean, you can look at it that way, but Selif's growths are always going to be the same. He never has a different mother. So I don't really think of it as, like, her growths impacting their growths, in the same way that I don't really think of Quan and Ethlyn's growths impacting Leaf and Altana's growths. Because Leaf and Altana and Julia and Selif will have the same growths in every single playthrough, since you can't avoid these pairings. I think the only times that, like, it's worth talking about the growths being impacted by the parents' growths is when you have a choice. You can change who the parents are, in which case, yeah, there are variable growths, but every single playthrough, Selif will have the exact same growth rates because he has the same mom. So you could argue, okay, she does give growths to Selif, but I would also argue, like, she doesn't really. Selif always has those same growths. Do her stat gains not affect Selif? They do not. Usually, stat gains would affect the parent, or would affect the child. I forget if it's just the primary parent, or if it's both parents. I think it's both parents, but I might be confusing Awakening and Fates. But in Deirdre's case, her stats do not affect Selif or Julia. Julia is straight up a static unit. And so is Selif, like, except for the fact that his inheritance from Sigurd includes Sigurd's base stats and Sigurd's inventory. But Julia is straight up static. Like, she's not impacted at all by anything. It's both parents, but the secondary parent has a smaller effect. That's what I thought it was, but like I said, because there's 3 different games with different inheritance systems, then I wanted to make sure I wasn't confusing stuff. Sigurd should have married Ira instead. Astra Selif, y'all. Astra Selif. We could have had Astra Selif. Maybe then we could have avoided all of Gen 2. So we gotta move Lex up. Should we just farm... I could just farm, lover points, right? Should we just wait until turn 50 and farm lover points? I think we can do that. I think we can farm lover points, because I'd mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I kind of wanted to talk about the video that went up today on Ice Rider, my second channel. That was that stream clip about, like, is FE4 racist? Because I got a lot of comments on that. I'm not surprised that the video got traction. It did bring out some very, like, silly stuff, but I also think that there were some legitimate, like, I guess disagreement would be the word for it. And if you've seen that video and you have anything you want to say, I will be turning this clip into another Ice Rider video. So if you have any sort of, like, disagreements or feedback around that, now would be the time to say it. I will respond to, you know, sort of the good faith ones. There were some comments that were like, well, you know, those are actually inferior peoples, and I don't think that's worth engaging with. But the, here, let's move you out of, because I realize we're giving Lover multiple ways. But I do think that some of them were, things that I want to talk about. Hi, future me. So the first sort of disagreement point that came up pretty frequently was actually a factual error that I made. I said that in the interview, Kaga said that he based Augustria off of the less civilized Spain, referring to, like, the Spanish Muslims. But it was actually Thracia, North Thracia, South Thracia, that conflict between Leonster and South Thracia and that sort of stuff. And so a lot of people pointed out that that was incorrect, and therefore, I guess that means Kaga's not racist. And what I would say to that is, like, my issue was not...
I don't have an issue with Kaga being racist against Verdane or Augustria or Thracia, right? I don't care if he thinks Verdane is a barbarian nation. I don't care if he thinks that, you know, Thracia is less civilized than the other nations in Judgirl, because those aren't real people. The heart of my like dislike for him saying that was that saying Spain is less civilized or saying that Persia is a barbarian nation, that's the thing that I think is racist. I don't give a shit if you think Thracia's full of villains, because Thracia's not a real place, right? Like, I don't care about insults to fictional people. So that was never, whether it was Augustria or Thracia was never the point for me. But I did want to point that out because I did get like a legitimate factual error in the quotation, right? He was talking about Thracia and I said that he was talking about Augustria. So that's mea culpa. The more interesting, let me actually pull up the comment section for that so that I want to make sure I'm not like misquoting anyone as well. Danny Doyle, Ice Rider. The video's right here too. So, okay. Right, so the other point that came up a few times that I can see why people thought that, but oh, hey, we're out of marriage territory. We just marched Lex over to get the Brave Axe now. The other point that came up a few times that I can see why people would say it, but I personally, I want to respond to it because I see where you're coming from, but I disagree, was the idea that, like, yes, these are, like, harmful things, or, no, that these can't possibly be racist, because they're standard fantasy tropes, right? Stuff like, you know, the barbarian nation, the bandit nation, the sort of inherently this entire nation is evil situation. Those are standard fantasy tropes. They're as old as time. And because I talked about Three Houses, people also talked about this, the secret church controlling everyone, how it's a old trope and it can't possibly be racist. And I can understand, like, the sort of knee-jerk reaction to that, to be like, oh, well, you know, he's not trying to tell a story about racism, he's just using established tropes. But I think that we can still say that established tropes have, like, just because something is established doesn't mean that it can't have problematic elements to it, right? There are plenty of tropes that we just sort of accept that still have not great implications, and I think it's worth, even just the idea of specific races being evil, right? I don't think everyone who writes a story like that is marching with the Ku Klux Klan or whatever, but I do think it's worth pointing out that these elements are not great. And I do know that a lot of, sort of modern fantasy has tried to move away from that. Dungeons & Dragons, for all the fucking criticism you can give Wizards of the Coast, which is a lot, Google Wizards of the Coast Pinkertons. Dungeons & Dragons moving away from the, like, good-evil alignment, especially when it comes to, like, specific races, I think is only a good thing. And those sorts of stuff. You can do worse with these tropes. You absolutely can do worse with these tropes. It isn't a good argument, it's just an appeal to tradition. Yeah, exactly. Is that that's a logical fallacy, right? Your claims that Verdane isn't real will not go unnoticed by the Verdanian government. I also think it's worth noting that, like, when I say Kaga is a racist, I hate that I have to even have this, like, discussion, because Kaga has there's the fucking Tearing Saga blackface scene, right? Where he wrote a character covering her face in dirt to become a black person because she thought she was ugly. So, like, this is your hero that we're defending, right? But I also think it's worth acknowledging that, like, not necessarily in the case of Kaga. I don't know Kaga's soul and heart and stuff, right? But I think it's worth acknowledging that, like, you don't have to have a heart full of hatred, marching with the KKK, burning crosses on black people's lawns and stuff, to hold some racist beliefs. I try to avoid using the phrase, like, all white people are racist, because it's intentionally inflammatory. I think that what is meant by that, though, is the idea of, like, racism isn't just the guy who says, I want to murder everyone who's not white, right? It comes in degrees, and oftentimes well-intentioned people can just have stuff internalized into us from growing up in a society that pushes these regressive beliefs. I mean, I grew up in a white supremacist household. My family is obsessed with blood purity and stuff, right? And while not everyone has that same level of extreme, like, hateful shit, I do think that there are a lot of things that just sort of get internalized as the norm that we accept as, like, well, this is how, you know, it always has been, without necessarily examining it. And I think that, I don't think that doing, like, a single racist thing or, like, having an unexamined racist belief makes you a terrible person. But I do think it should be seen as, like, an opportunity to sort of grow and examine, what it is that made you, like, think that sort of shit, right? The difference between ignorance, prejudice, and racism are all lumped together because when they're different things, they're different parts of the same scale. Yeah, like I mean, you know, obviously I can point to the more extreme things that, you know, just drawing from my own family experience, right? I can point to stuff like the obsession with a false blood purity, as, like, the most extreme form of racism. But, you know, like, my dad just talking about how, you know, Asians can't drive, that's a more subtle racist stereotype, right? Like, oh, right, fuck, I forgot to silence him. Learn to fear my dark magic. It will be fine here. Ouch. While not everyone is surrounded by extreme beliefs, there's a lot of unconscious and subtle things there. Yeah, and a lot of things that we just, like, we don't question, right? And so I understand the, you know, like, the word racist, it feels, I feel like a lot of people think that the only way you can be racist is to be, like, you know, a cartoon villain, right? Let's move Do over here. But there's so many more, like, you know, well-intentioned ways in which it can manifest. Can we move Deirdre up to... I don't think we can reach to silence. We might have to just fight these guys while avoiding that range. When I first played this game, I didn't realize silence had 10 range, so I thought you needed to full send it and get Deirdre to the castle ASAP. Oh, you thought it was, like, 1 range? Yeah, she can't reach, unfortunately. That's okay. We can just deal. We can just deal. Heal you. Well-intentioned, but still harmful. Asian people good at math is a good example of that. Yeah, yeah! So that was those are sort of the two big things I wanted to talk about, is the idea of, like, one, the actual factual error that I made in terms of, like, Augustria versus Thracia. The Thracians are going to be coming for me. But then also the idea of, like, when I say that Kaga is a racist, I don't mean he's going around murdering everyone who's not, like, Japanese or whatever. Although I do think that, like, what he's fucking had in the text of his games, especially when you dive into Kaga Saga, around, black people in particular, but black and brown people, it's pretty hard to deny that there's racist stuff there, right? And I do find that I understand the inkling to defend, and part of it is like auteur stuff, right? Where so much, both good and bad, is attributed to Kaga that maybe doesn't need to be, right? But I do find it, like, I guess suspect is probably the right word, just how much people want to defend, like, this guy they've never met for putting the blackface scene in, right? And I'm not saying that, like, Kaga's the only source of racism at intelligence systems. Devdon, was created in a post-Kaga world, right? So I'm Turkish, and I pretty much, every school year I'd get stared at in 9/11, but one time this girl said I was white and therefore racist, and stared at me during 9/11. She was white. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That sounds... God, I can't even imagine the reality of being brown in the United States immediately after 9/11 and just, like, the bullshit that you'd have to deal with. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. That is very frustrating. Let's move Sigurd. I mean, Sigurd can probably fight some number of these guys with the javelin, get more jav kills, right? I did also, because that video did also then talk about some Three Houses stuff, and I got a really interesting comment about Three Houses. At the risk of baiting Three Houses discourse, I did want to bring up probably the best comment I got on that video. I'm gonna read it exactly because I don't want to, misrepresent this person. But I was a perspective. I'll do it during enemy phase, just so that I'm not distracted. But it was a perspective I hadn't considered before, and I really like that the reading that they had. You go here. I guess you go here, equip the javelin. I want to get as many kills as possible on the javelin, because, like, crit javelin is based. So, Eric Genrich said, my personal biased Three Houses take is that Edelgard and the Black Eagles are an analog for the USA and how it treats the global south. From using platitudes to justify invasions, going offensive before using diplomacy, and working with another faction to do similar bad things as the enemies they're trying to defeat. I know it's not popular, but as someone from Latin America, I cannot unsee it. There are plenty of similarities between the Black Eagles and how the USA does imperialism that's really hard to ignore, even if I know the writers don't know much about the global south. And while that almost certainly was not, like, an intended reading, I think it's a really cool and really valid reading of some of the issues with sort of I talked about this I talked about this in another stream, but the idea that, like, so many people view Edelgard as, like, the communist utopia hero, but it really feels more like the, like that person said, the sort of progressive USA, CIA backing imperialist coup, or backing, CIA backing, like, dictators or overthrowing democratically elected governments, that sort of shit. I don't know, I really like it. I really like that reading. Definitely not the intent of Koei Tecmo IS, but, death of the author. If we can ignore some of the racist elements in Kaga in order to get enjoyment out of FE4's story, which I do. I do think that like I talked about in the video about like, is Sigurd the real villain? I like being along for the ride for as long as you are, and then suddenly, oh no, we've been the bad guys the whole time. I think if we're willing to do that, then looking at Edelgard, who is presented as the hero, but hey, the US is often presented as the hero in war stories too, as sort of a parallel to that, I think it's cool. I just think it's cool. Finn, can you 25 to 11? All right, can we might be able to set up a kill here. It makes sense, but I can't speak on the Southern Hemisphere of anywhere, really. Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to read that person's quote word for word, because as someone who lives in the United States, I didn't want to misrepresent what they were going for. I got yelled at by a white girl on the bus because I had chopsticks in my bag to eat my lunch. She said it was culturally appropriating. For context, my wife is Asian and she packed up the chopsticks. I mean, that ties into the conversation about sort of well-intentioned racism, right? And I think that's someone who would consider herself a, you know, ally or anti-racist or whatever. But you do get the thing where someone will, you know, speak over the white person speaking over non-white people to label specific things that they've decided are the problems, while ignoring the actual issues that that community is trying to draw attention to, right? And sort of distracting from that. And then making, and the other thing is that makes any sort of discussion of racism, it ends up casting the specter over it, and it gives, you know, bad faith actors something to point to be like, everyone is getting hysterical and calling everything racist. And so, yeah, I don't think that person intended harm, but it absolutely is causing it, right? Yeah? I don't think I agree about Sigurd being the villain just because he comes off as so stupid. He is kind of a himbo, isn't he? I meant more the... I meant more, I turned that clip into a video, but I meant more like the idea of like, when did you realize Sigurd was fighting for the wrong side? Not necessarily, you know, twirling his mustache while doing so, but definitely advancing the agendas of some not great peoples. Let's go to the lake. So this is a secret event. Anyone who hasn't played FE4 might have wondered why I sent Lex on a solo mission to this random square. So you have to keep the iron axe in his inventory, the starting iron axe in his inventory. And then he goes, ah, damn it, I dropped my axe. And suddenly, Luen's mom shows up. What, you dropped? Was it this golden axe? Or perhaps this silver one? Also golden axe reference. Oh no, my axe isn't anything as fine as those. It's just a plain old iron axe. Such an honest person. As a reward, I will present you with this brave axe. Farewell, Lord Lex. So that is the brave axe, and that is the only weapon he needs for the rest of the game. 70 hit, 16 might. So it's just better than iron, and it's brave. So yeah, this is how Lex kills stuff. Lex's build is complete now. Is Lex capable of quadding enemies? No, because he doesn't have pursuit, so he can't double. But if you give him the pursuit ring, maybe? Probably not, because axes are very heavy, so he gets weighed down a shit ton. He's not the brightest bulb, but he sure is brave. So the original translation called it a hero axe. The very, very old one. Not the most recent old one. The one before this. But the very, very super old, omega old one. Called it a hero axe. Do you all have 1,000? You have 2,000. Okay, so we'll have Do steal your money. Steal his lunch money. I remember that name. I'm old enough to remember when it was called the Hero Axe. I was fighting in the Hero Axe trenches. Kaga hated axes until FE5. Yeah, and then he made up for all of his anti-axe. He made up in one single game for all of the axe hatred. I want to try to feed another kill to Finn. How does Finn do against this guy? 25, 6, that's 19, okay. Can we... Alec, Steel Sword. Because Alec can Steel Sword this guy. Hell Swath is cool, but it's enemy only. Yeah. To be fair, the translation could mean either brave or hero. I guess it was just because they didn't have the they didn't have what it was originally called yet. They didn't have brave weapons in... Well, they must, because brave weapons are in FE7. So they must have known they were called brave in FE7. The patch would have been pre-FE7. I don't think so. Because FE7 was the first English Fire Emblem game, right? So, like... The patch was in 1999. That would require the translators play FE7. Well, it's not just FE7, though. FE8, FE9, like, basically every FE game has brave weapons. When did FE7 get released in the West? Good question. FE7 release day. 2003, damn! There was an English translation of Fire Emblem 4 before there was an English Fire Emblem fanbase? I did not know that. I'm a fake gamer. The original patch was 2002. That's still before FE7 though. FE7 was 2003. When was Smash Bros. Melee? Smash Melee. 2001. Okay, so it was literally, they translated FE4 because of Smash Melee. Holy shit. Also hit him with the shut up stick. And now we can charge some people forward.
Alright, just moving people now. Just moving everyone. If only Smash could have also saved Star Fox. Unfortunately, Star Fox is never recovering. Because he has Pepe hair and Slippy Toad on his team. And so the Wokes have decided he must be aligned with Pepe Frog. So Star Fox is cancelled forever. The Wokes have come for Fox. Just like Garfield. Just like Garfield because of the 9/11. People used to import games from Japan in the 90s. I couldn't imagine playing these games with zero context. I know that there's people who played Thracia without translation. For me, that sounds awful. Because I do think, you know, and I know we're living in rough times, but I think at least understanding the story of Fire Emblem is pretty important to me. I think that even in the case of, like, a franchise that is known for bad stories, like FE. The Magic Ring. Ooh, if we can get that on Ethlin, that would be kind of nice. Oh shit, sibling crit! We got a sibling crit! Unfortunately, that means we don't get it on Ethlin. But, you know, it's okay. And now we get everyone's favorite part of Fire Emblem 4. The end of chapter and start of chapter castle shit. In particular, I think that, like, the people who played Thracia without, you know, knowing its full story is the biggest, like, wow. Because Thracia is one of the few Fire Emblem games that I would say has a great story. Thracia is probably, like, it's at least top 3 Fire Emblem stories. But there's a good possibility it's just the best Fire Emblem story, right? What are the Fire Emblem stories that people think are good? Chat, what's your favorite FE story? Or what are the stories you would say is good? I won't shame you for it. You know, even if it's one of the ones people usually meme on, like Fates or whatever, right? Like, it's subjective, right? If you like it, you like it. The Night Ring and the Foot Leg. A lot of people like Path of Radiance. Yeah, I don't. I don't. Thracia. I don't think there's any Fire Emblem game that I like the story. The version of FE4 in my head has a good story. I mean, it doesn't need to be perfect, right? Like, you can like a flawed story. Despite its flaws, I think Engage actually is a pretty decent story. It has good emotional beats, and I would describe it as Fire Emblem the Musical. I mean, this isn't a hot take, but I don't agree with that. I think that Engage's story gets overhated, mostly because people, like, play it up as, like, it's so bland, it makes the gameplay unplayable. But I think that, like, the first 2/3 of it are just sort of, like, a generic whatever treasure hunt story. And then, basically everything after the big plot reveal around Alir's true parentage, I've found absolutely awful. Although I think the biggest issue is less sort of the substance of the story and more just... Dodge? Yes? Yes? Fuck. Yes? Yes? Nice. And more just, like, the presentation. I think it's very verbose, like, overly so. I think a lot of people who don't like Engage's plot are the people who've already decided that they hate Engage because of Alir's design. There is some amount of that as well. I'll be honest, the design, like, I was initially turned off by it. It did grow on me. I think it looks good now. Nice. Nice. Jamke full arena. If only they didn't make Arden not actually possessed, but instead real mean. I thought Fire Emblem 3 has a top 4 story. It's simplistic, but I can't disagree. It's got good stuff going on. Echoes has my favorite story. I actually really don't like the story of Echoes. Mostly because, like, I like the story of Gaiden. And I think Echoes is just kind of a worse version of a story that I like. And so I'm biased against it for that reason. So, like, you know, it's not, like... It's not an awful story, but I do think a worse version of a story that was already pretty good. Everything that Echoes added, I felt like was a detraction. Does that make sense? Like, it's less, oh, this story is unwatchably bad, and more... You had something really good to build off of. And so the fact that it ended up the way that it is, you know, makes me sad, I guess. Path of Radiance has some memorable stuff. Raisin stands out for me. It's a huge divergence from the other dancer-shaped units. I mentioned this last stream, but I really like Jill in Path of Radiance. There's a lot of Path of Radiance stuff that I think is handled poorly with the animal racism and whatnot. But I think Jill is very well written. I really like her. You know, speaking as someone who I mentioned earlier in the stream, like, I grew up around a lot of racism myself, right? And had a lot of shit that I had to unlearn. It felt like simultaneously like acknowledging that reality while also not giving her, like, carte blanche, let's just ignore everything that you did, right? Because Jill does, like, participate in, like, racist death hunts and stuff, right? And I think that a more cowardly story, and honestly, I think that even other parts of Path of Radiance's writing would have been like, it's okay, you didn't know better, right? But for whatever reason, whoever wrote, like, the Jill Leth support stuff was like, no, we can both acknowledge that, like, yeah, you didn't know better, but also that doesn't change the concrete harm you did. And I think that that's really... I think that it's a more nuanced look at it than I would have expected from a game as questionably written as Path of Radiance. The Ike-based conversations too. Yeah, I think that the Ice-based conversations are a sort of, probably a lesser version of the same deal than the Leth supports. Ira, are you kidding me? Baby girl, come on. Hit! It's a 50! Thank you! But it still touches on some good stuff, right? It still touches on some really good stuff. And his league's better than, like, the racism in the main story, right? She can do this, she can do this. We just need, like, an Astra proc or something. We just keep going, we just keep trying. We just keep trying. Even at 1 HP, it's a 35, we can dodge, we can Astra, you know, we can do something. Blade accuracy. Yeah, I don't want to buy her a new weapon because it is still, like, it is still Ira, right? Jill is amazing. Jill is probably like top 5 Fire Emblem characters for me. There was a time where she was my favorite character. And actually I was watching a streamer who was like, anyone whose favorite character is Jill, that's a red flag. And I was like, I feel like that's a very reductive way to look at things. See, I told you we could do it. I forgot who said that, but from what I've heard, Path of Radiance is anti-racism story written by racists. I mean, related to the Kaga racism conversation, I don't think that the writers of Path of Radiance intended to write something like uber racist. I don't think the Path of Radiance dev team would, like, march in the street with the KKK or anything like that, right? But I do think that some unaddressed biases do show up in the story. And I think that in particular, it feels very, like, bad in that degree, right? You know, you can point to, like, Devdon, right, as, like, the biggest example, because the blackface character in the anti-racism story. That is sort of like the TikTok-y headline-catching thing you can say, and I think it's a valid criticism. But my bigger issue is just sort of the way that the Lagoos are portrayed. And it's not even necessarily problems unique to Path of Radiance, so much as just the inherent issues that come up anytime you do animal racism, right? Because you run into the problem of, like, there are distinct differences between humans and animals that do not exist between white people and black people. And oftentimes, it ends up mixing those two metaphors. You end up in a situation where it's like, well, you know, the humans actually have a reason to justifiably be a little bit cautious around this guy who can turn into a tiger and apparently is biologically driven to fight. You know? It reminds me of the issues of the anti-racism in X-Men. Yeah, I think X-Men handles things better, but there are definitely some, like, you know, Cyclops' superpower is that if he doesn't have his glasses, he uncontrollably shoots laser beams. You know, I think it's X-Men 2 is the movie where he, like, this is one of the good guys, and he destroys an entire subway, right? Maybe the non-mutants have a little bit of a reason to be afraid of him. Don't cancel me. Yeah, like that sort of stuff, right? And let's see how far Lex can go in the arena with the Brave Axe. Sexman 2. You were talking about this in Fire Embed. Yeah, I was gonna turn that into an Ice Rider clip. I might include this in that as well.
Because we're covering a lot of the same points. Well, the answer is he still can't beat Shark. Yeah, it turns out the Myrmidon is still hard to beat. I think it's Dew needs to go through the arena now. Dew, and then, I can't even beat a Yu-Gi-Oh! Rival. Is Shark a Yu-Gi-Oh! Character? X-Men likes to equate in-universe slurs with IRL slurs, so white heroes call black people slurs. That's not great. That's not good. Hello, cat. Yeah, my cat doesn't like that we're talking about racism again. It just keeps coming up. As it turns out, when you play Fire Emblem, this stuff comes up. Oh, it's Soul, right? I forgot. The most useless skill for Dew to have, too. Like, how silly is that? Fucking Soul on Dew. God damn it, no! We were so close! We were so close! That's so sad. And so I guess it's just Deirdre into the arena? I think that's the last thing we have to do, right? Six dodges. Yeah, he dodged so much. I thought we were gonna cheese our way past Wiseman, but apparently not. Okay, Mercury, you need to calm the fuck down right now. She's freaking out. The Soul Dew. Anyone else want child units to return to the series? Honestly, no, not really. It's speaking for me, not speaking for everyone. But honestly, no, I don't really want child units to return. I think that they worked in the stories of FE4 and Awakening, but I think those stories are structured in very specific ways. And I think that child units getting ported over to other stories, I mean, we saw this in Fates, right? We saw how poorly they map onto Fire Emblem Fates. Because children were popular in Awakening, and mechanically, I think it's really interesting in Fates, especially with, like, the Offspring seal and stuff. But from a story perspective, it just makes everyone, like, throw their kids in the baby microwave. And it makes all these characters bad parents, too. Because then you get, like, every single kid is like, I didn't like that you did that to me. Fate's story bad. Fate's story bad. I know. Hold your applause. Hold your applause. I speak the brave truth that no one else in the Fire Emblem community is willing to say. The story of Fire Emblem Fates is not very good. Hold your applause, folks. Hold your applause. Sire, we found a casualty in the palace. It's King Batu himself. He's severely wounded. By the look of it, he's well beyond help. King Batu, are you all right? Please, come on, you can make it. Lord Sigurd, I'm so sorry for doing all of this to you. I let Sandema lead me astray. He abused my trust and won over my sons, all to seize control of Verdain for himself. I understand, Your Highness, but you need to rest now. Please, you mustn't stress yourself further. No, it's too late for me. Heed my words, Sigurd, for there is one final thing I must tell you. The misery here, the grief spreading across Judgrel,
It's all the will of the Dark Priesthood. They blight our word from the shadows, all in the name of the revival of their dark god Latches. Sandema was one of them. Twisted us to war with Granville for the sake of the cult's madness. The Dark Priests, they infect every corner of our world. Sigurd, stay vigilant, lest you be tricked too. I failed the people of Verdain. Sigurd, I beg you, make this right. Protect my people.
Oh, your highness. The Dark Priesthood? What in the blazes is happening? What in the blazes? Poor choice of words, Sigurd! Poor choice of word! What in the blazes? You will find out what in the blazes soon. It's an awfully long rant for someone who's preparing to die. Yes, I mean, it's obviously unrealistic that someone would be able to talk that long on their deathbed, but it's a storytelling device for a reason. I think that it's fine. I don't think it's a plot hole. That's the criticism people have of FE7 too, and I just find it kind of silly. After gaining complete control of the Verdain kingdom, Sigurd receives orders from Valhalla Palace. He is to remain stationed at Castle Evans, and in doing so, govern the land from its border. At Sigurd's side through all of this is Deirdre, whose hand he has taken in marriage. Meanwhile, to the north, Granville's subjugation of Verdain is the catalyst of great chaos within Augustria. The Coalition's rulers are quick to voice a flurry of anti-Granville rhetoric. These attitudes are emboldened with the sudden assassination of Augustria's renowned King Imka by an unknown hand, sending any lingering desire for peace to the grave with him. This leaves Imka's firstborn son, Prince Chagall, to succeed his father as the realm's new king. As of yet, Granville's elite are still far out to the east in Isaac. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Chagall calls upon each of Augustria's lords to battle, ordering an immediate invasion of Verdain. On guard at Castle Evans, as the defenders of Granville's western front, Sigurd and his allies are once again ensnared within the flames of battle. Oh, this music is so good! I don't like this chapter, but the music is so good. Latches, I'm leaving for Augusti. I can't rest until I've convinced King Chagall to end his foolish warmongering. Please don't do it, brother! You know as well as I that Chagall murdered his father himself! You'll only be endangering yourself for a lost cause. He won't listen to you. You mustn't say such things about your king. I, too, have heard the rumors of King Chagall's involvement, but they are just that, rumors. There remains no evidence against him. Surely His Majesty will see reason in this matter if I simply persuade him. But enough. I'll leave 3 of my finest knights here to protect Nordion, should the worst come to pass. Latches, you needn't look so sad. I will be back, I promise. I'm not about to abandon you in death. LD. Please, Your Majesty, reconsider your militant ambitions. Your father before you worked so hard to build an era of peace with Granville. A war will only bring ruin to our people, bringing disgrace upon your good name for generations to come. I implore you, do not start a war.
So it is you, Eldigan of Nordion. You dastard. My father adored you, and you used distrust to undercut me at every turn. But now my father is no more, and long live the king of all Augustria. For years you have made me play the fool, and now I will reward you in kind. Guards, throw this man in the dungeon.
Wait, Your Majesty, please!
Good riddance. The eyesore. Send my orders to Bordeaux and Horchheim. Seize Nordion Castle. Once that nuisance is dealt with, we're clear to throw all we've got at Granville.
Your Majesty King Chigal, I see you've made your decision at last.
Manfroy? Yes, just as we agreed. My father is dead, and by my hand. There is no turning back now. Even so, I don't know if we stand a chance.
Remember, Granville still adheres to that tawdry old peace treaty with you, and their entire army is distracted in Isaac. Strike now, and you could not possibly fail.
You're right. The downfall of Granville will mark the rise of Augustria as Judrill's new leading power. Chigal, Emperor of the World. I like the sound of that.
We can only hope your ambition will be rewarded. Milady, we've received word that Lord Eldigan was arrested in Augusty.
What?
You must be joking.
Oh, why didn't I try harder? I shouldn't have let him go.
This isn't our only problem, milady. With Lord Eldigan gone, we need to be aware of Horshine's movements. Knowing of his lordship's absence, a strike from them is inevitable. After the Verdane incident, they're most likely out for revenge on us, especially Lord Elliot.
Ugh, that Elliot. I can't believe how many times I've had to tell him I'm not interested in him. Smug, self-absorbed swine like him are the absolute worst. If only more men were cut from the same cloth as Eldy. It's too bad they aren't. Else perhaps someone else would have his chance to marry me. Perhaps.
Be that as it may, Lord Eldigan's cross knights are still dispatched to the north at Fort Civelle, well away from here. There are three who all remain. Nordion is vulnerable, and they know it. Rest assured, my brothers and I will do all we can to defend the castle, but the odds are against us. I'm sorry, milady.
Well, thank you, Auba. But please, look after yourselves. Don't waste your lives for me. Be sure to tell Alfie and Albi that I'm sorry for this.
We are not worthy of such kind words, milady. Even so, Lord Eldigan handpicked us to defend you. Our lord gave us a task, and we shall see it through. As paladins of Nordion, our lives are yours, no matter what. To our dying breaths, we'll defend you.
The perfectly normal and not at all creepy incest plotline. Yeah, but it's a joke, don't you see? It's a joke, so it's okay. They can joke about it. It's played for comedy, so it's okay.
This game sometimes... Let me get this straight. Eldigan ticked off the kid and got himself a little prison time for his troubles. Ha ha ha! That's perfect! Elliot, lay siege to Nordion at once. Let's see some tears roll down Eldigan's cheeks. With pleasure, father.
Sire, we have trouble. It appears that Lord Eldigan has been taken prisoner and Nordion is under attack. I bear a message from Lady Latches pleading for aid.
They've taken Eldigan. Why? Why in the world do they treat a man so esteemed this way? Inform everyone to make everyone ready. We ride for Nordion at once. No matter the cost, Latches needs us. He might never admit it, but Latches has always been dear to Eldigan. The loss of Latches would gravely wound him.
My lord, you're preparing for another battle, aren't you?
I'm sorry, Deirdre. I owe so much to Eldigan. I could never abandon his sister in a time like this.
I thought as much. Not about to stop you. No, I will accompany you.
What? No, I can't allow that. I refuse to endanger you like this.
My lord, do you not remember our vows? You swore to never leave my side, and I am uneasy. I have a feeling that if you and I were to part, we would never find each other again. Please grant me this. Let me stay by your side.
I'm sorry, you're right. I did promise. Very well, let us ride together. But you mustn't leave my side.
I won't. Alright, give me one moment. My cats are, fighting, and they're very loud in it. Mercury, get over here. Hey, do not attack her. Mercury? Hey. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Hey, it's okay. It's over here. I know. You just got so much energy right now. But I can't have you using that energy to torture your sister. That's not fair. That's not fair. I'm just carrying you downstairs. It's okay. It's okay. You two out here too? Hey, hey, hey. Shh. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I had to isolate her in the bedroom. Okay. So, my headphones back on. So here's one of the cool things about FP4, right? This is the end of the last map, right? We got a little bit of the forest here. This is Evan's castle. It's all linked. Oh wait, no, this is the start of the, this is the start. This is Evan's, this is where we started. Because this is what was the little castle that attacked us in that cutscene. They defended us, rather. This is the end of the prologue. Yeah, it's the end of the prologue that started chapter 1. But I think it's cool. The whole map is like all big connected. I think it's neat. We do have some purchases to make. Oh, there's not a heal staff for her to buy? I thought there was a heal staff for her to buy. Am I gaslighting myself? I thought there was a heal staff she could buy. Well, Azelle can get thunder. The worst part of chapter 2 is there's a castle you have to seize in the top left, and you have to make a giant U-turn. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah. So, the way that we go down this map is here, 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 seize this castle, and then seize this castle. and sees this castle. And these right here, these are villages we need to visit, but you can't get down. So if you go to visit the villages, you have to loop all the way back around. It's awful. And there's ballistas up here. And the only way to reach these ballistas is to walk one tile at a time up here. And then you can fight the ballistas. And there's a guard. There's a guard here who like shows up just to block you. It's very silly. Okay. I thought there was a heal staff. Is it next chapter she can buy a heal staff? First things first, we know we're sending Jamke in the arena immediately. Oh, right, I should probably fuck with my settings. Okay, customize hotkeys. How do I disable these? Wait, hold on. How do you... input configuration. No. Customize hotkeys. Because I don't want these... I know my friend disabled these hotkeys. Hold on, let me ask Luna. How did you disable the save state hotkeys? I need to turn on rewind as well. I know that much. Rewind I have as number pad minus. Okay. Emulation settings. Rewind granularity. Okay. She saved on my state. Keyboard sounds. Yeah, just trying to figure out. So there's this hotkey. What the heck is going on? Hold on. Why does it say save state everywhere now? Okay, I've got that solved. And then this should, we can rewind. No, we cannot rewind. Yeah, so if I need to, okay, so I'm gonna use rewind when I need to undo an arena thing. Jamke, what did you do? Jamke broke reality. But we're sending him through the arena. This is peak comedy. The thing about the FE4 arena is it's bad. The thing about it is it sucks.
Do you think there's a wrong way to play Fire Emblem? A lot of people say save states are immoral and the wrong way to play, and you have to play on the hardest difficulty. I think if you're starting a conversation about playing a video game with, like, morality, it's kind of a non-starter. I think that calling any, like, way you're engaging with a single-player experience immoral is incredibly silly. That's the stupidest thing that's not the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I've heard some really dumb shit. But that's one of the dumbest. Obviously that doesn't come from you, so I'm not insulting my viewers, but wow, it's immoral to use save states. That's some, like, next level fucking gatekeepery shit. Why do people get so up their ass about how someone else chooses to engage with a single player game? Now, I do think that, like, because save states are pretty controversial, I guess, in terms of, like, save states is technically cheating, right? And I tend to avoid using save states in my playthroughs because I find that it removes the tension from the playthrough, right? If you can just, like, undo every single mistake. I also think if you're trying to do something like a tier evaluation or whatever, right? If you're trying to make a tier list or do unit reviews or evaluate stuff, then I think you should disregard the, like, save state abuse things of, like, well, I used a save state to go through the arena. I don't like Game Boy Advance Arena, Thracia Arena, those FE1 arenas, especially because it's sort of become normalized. They're like, well, we just save state, go into the arena, there's no risk, right? And I think that that's kind of a, it's a way of playing that I find unfun. And I find that the people who save state to arena grind are, like, oftentimes really aggressive against any sort of, like, optional skirmish grinding, but save state arenas is fine. And the disconnect there is wild to me as well, because it's like, well, save state arena grinding is just, you know, doing an optional awakening skirmish with extra steps. Like, at that point, just go to the Tower of Volney, or you know, boss abuse, infinite healing boss on a throne with a bow unit or whatever, right? I think that I can understand the fun to that. I've definitely done that a few times, and then you get, like, the super powered Gordon, and you're like, oh, Gordon level 20 in chapter 1! But personally, I find, doing that, like, over and over in multiple playthroughs to just kind of have diminishing returns on the amount of fun. Also, he died, so we're rewinding before he died. I forgot to use the rewind. Now, I say that as I am save stating, or functionally save setting my way through, the FE4 arena. And so I recognize, like, the, I guess, hypocrisy, you would say, right? Is like, well, I'm save stating for the arena. I do view the FE4 arena as, like, functionally very different from the Thracia arena, the Game Boy Advance arena, those sorts of things. But I also think, like, again, it's a single-player game, right? I do not understand why so many people are so obsessed with how other people play through a single-player game. I personally do not like save stating outside of, like, FE4 Arena or in my, it's eventually gonna go live, Code of the Burger King 0% Growths playthrough. I'm giving myself one save state every chapter because that game does not have save points, and I think it should. So I'm using the save states to functionally be a save point, right? That game's creators following hacks have save points, right? So it's sort of the, like, oh, you know, if I had made Burger King nowadays, I would have put save points in. And I do think that most, like, difficult hacks should have 1 or 2 checkpoints per map, the sort of, like, the save point thing. So I view that as fine, but I also don't enforce that on other people. I think if someone else wants to save state their way through an entire map, that's perfectly fine. And they should, again, play how they want, right? I think that if you feel it is more fun for you to just like pick your favorite Skrunkly, save state, level up, abuse them. I know someone in my Discord has talked about how they playing Bells of Balin. Oh no, that's the blacksmith. I want to go to the arena. Bells of Balin, there's a ballistician who has like 2 move, right? And they use save state abuse to rig move levels. It's like a 1% movement level up chance until the ballistician has max movement, right? And the sort of the fun in like, this is supposed to be a unit that can't move at all, and now they have 15 move and a million range, and sort of the enjoyment factor from that. And I think that's a valid way to play, right? It's not how I personally want to like enjoy approaching those games. But I also think like if the option is there, and you are fine with using the cheat to do so, like do it. It's a single player game. Play how you want. The only time in which I would say like we absolutely should not be factoring in save states is when, if we're trying to have a quote-unquote serious conversation about like unit viability and strategy viability and stuff like that. It's a 10% movement growth. Oh, okay, I thought it was a 2%. 10% is a lot easier to rig. Also, nice level up right there. But the point remains, right? Where like if if you want to, you can cheat in order to like rig these things and then like have fun with it, right? If that's what you find fun, you know, I guess the term cheat is kind of a loaded term, right? Because I think that once you call something cheating, there's sort of the implication that like, well, there's something wrong with it, right? I'm laughing because I'm remembering there's someone with a fucking Logan Paul profile picture left like 1,000 comments on one of my videos like, you cheated, because it had like a 5-second clip of a randomized FE4 run where I had a wyvern in chapter 2, and they were like, yeah, you're not supposed to have a wyvern in chapter 2, you cheated. And so like I think that the idea of cheating, right, it gets like, there is a sort of morality attached to that inherent, that people can like sort of bring in, right? And I understand why there's the idea of like cheating bad, right? Because if you're in a multiplayer game, right? Whether that be a real life game like soccer or football, and you've got like Deflategate and shit, like cheating scandals where it impacts other people, well then obviously that's an immoral act, right? You know, the degree of immorality I would say is very small, but you have harmed other people through the cheating and whatnot. But if you're doing a single player game, games used to come with cheat codes, right? Like, I remember when I was a young child, I went over to my friend's house. We went to his basement, and he'd just gotten the game Grand Theft Auto 3. And we used cheat codes to immediately give ourselves every single weapon, including like rocket launchers and tanks and shit. And that was so much more fun, just going around and using rocket launchers to like blow up the cops and stuff. Way more fun than playing Grand Theft Auto without cheats. Because I'm sorry, those games are not enjoyable. They're kind of lame, actually. And so when it comes, my point is like, yes, using a save state is cheating, right? But if you enjoy playing the game by cheating, there's nothing wrong with that. I guess technically using a randomizer is cheating. Although I would say that's less cheating and more just like an alternate, ooh, whoops, I hit the wrong button. An alternate way of playing, but like it does alter the code, right? In a way that could be considered cheating. But if you find that more enjoyable, like fine, fucking do it, right? So, to answer your question, I don't think there's an immoral way to play Fire Emblem. I think that the idea of, like, morality when it comes to single-player games is just a very silly mindset. I guess, like, you could technically, if you want to fucking, because I feel like if I say that, then someone's gonna be like, actually, is it immoral to play a video game and, like, exclusively go around and murdering black people? Well, yeah, I guess, but also they're not real people. But, like, I would say that reflects something interesting about you. But I also feel like that sort of argument of, like, single-player immorality is intentionally missing the point that I have, right? Luen being a wyvern sounds very funny. My randomized run, I had, like, 4 wyverns. It was awful, though, because they don't get road movement. I already thought that flying was, like, bad in FE4 and compared to other games, and the randomized run really solidified it because they didn't get road tiles, and so actually the, like, time-intensive objectives, like Chapter 2 rescuing Latches, was really difficult. How many wyverns do you get in vanilla? You only get 1, and it's in Gen 2. You do get a Pegasus in Gen 1, and you get another Peg in Gen 2 as well. But the wyvern in Gen 2 is actually pretty bad. Probably the worst wyvern in the series. Maybe Ada is worse. Look at me cheating. Look at me cheating. I'm immoral. I'm immoral. I'm cheating. I'm cheating. Altena. I wish Altena was better. She's epic. Rosado. I mean, Rosado's pretty bad, but compared to Altena and Ada, he actually has things he can do, right? He has functional stats. Altena, I'll talk about her in the unit review when we get to it in a million years. But she joins as a really high defense, really low resistance wyvern at a point in the game where like 90% of the enemies remaining are either mages or bow users, including ballistas. She would be good if she joined at a different time. But it's just a matter of like your super high defense doesn't matter against mages, and the fact you're a flyer is a downside against ballistas. So like, what are you actually doing? There's some things she can do. At least Altena recruits green units to save you some hassle. Oh yeah, on the final map, she recruits her brother. Well, not recruits, but like she makes him from red to green. I know what you mean. I made Rosado my Lin user. We have Kinshi at home. Oh, because you get the killer bow on the wyvern. Yeah. Okay, Finn, I just need you to... Oh, wait, well, Miracle, right? Yeah, so now he's got minus 30 hit. Okay, we fucking sweep this shit. Hi, chat. I hope you're having a fantastic night. Hello, how are you? Parthia has 17 might. Oh, and engage, right, with Lucina. So sometimes here we go. We'll do this. Resume. Let's send Jamke to the arena. We already sent him in, but let's see if this time he can get luckier, right? We're on a different iron string. Oh, right. We already sold the bow. I feel like that save state thing would make a good Ice Rider video. What do you feel about... How do you feel about this clickbait comment? Or this clickbait, like, title and thumbnail? It's like, I got caught cheating at Fire Emblem? How's that sound? Talking about the randomizer. I've been a big fan of the Ice Rider highlights. They're really easy to make. And I do think it's like
Well, okay. Well, that didn't work out as well as I thought. We will not do that. It's definitely driven engagement on the Ice Rider channel. And I think it's nice to have them out there for people who, like, can't be bothered to watch an entire stream VOD, but sometimes I discuss topics that I think are interesting, that don't necessarily, like, warrant an entire video on their own, right? When you first play a Fire Emblem game, do you do the hardest difficulty first or normal? At this point, I usually do the middle difficulty, like hard instead of maddening, that sort of deal. Although for ROM hacks, I usually do the hardest mode. Unless the creator... If I have the creator in chat, I'll ask them, like, what would you recommend? But if not, I just default to the hardest. Unless there's, like, a note that says, like, you know, the intended experience is normal or something like that, right? Do, please. There we go. My reason for that is that I just don't trust intelligent systems to make well-balanced hard modes. Or maddening modes, whatever you want to call them. ROM hacks are usually more balanced, so the hardest is usually more playable blind. Yeah, I think the rigorous playtesting that ROM hacks usually have leads to a better user experience. I don't doubt that, like, Fire Emblem games are often playtested, but I do sometimes question whether the hardest difficulty was. FE11 is a big example of that, where I feel like they just auto-upped a bunch of the stats and called it good. We gotta have someone make it all the way through the arena. Because we gotta get Holin. Someone one-range locked has to go all the way through the arena. The thing is that it's easier, so whoever fights Holin is gonna have a much easier time than fighting Chamos. So, the thing about Chapter 2's arena is Holin is so fucking easy to kill compared to Chamos. If there's someone you think is gonna struggle against Chamos that you want to go through the whole arena, usually Finn, I think, is the ideal one for this. I like having Finn be the guy to recruit Holin. And if Finn can't beat this Armor Knight without the Brave Lance, I might delay it until, because Finn gets the Brave Lance on this map, so I might delay Holin's recruitment until we get Finn the Brave Lance, just so Finn has an easier time going through rank number 7, because I do think training Finn is very beneficial, right? I don't want Sigurd to be the one to recruit Holin, because Sigurd can probably beat Chamos no problem with the Silver Lance. I wonder how much they playtest with dead units or bad squad compositions. Sigurd usually recruits Holin for me. If all you care about is getting Holin, Sigurd is the easiest way to get it. But I do think it's worth remembering that, like, Chamos is really hard to defeat. So having someone kill Holin instead is, like, a good way to get them through number 7 of the arena. And I like doing that for Finn, or if I'm, like, hyper-focusing on one of the Christmas Cavaliers, which we are kind of Alec gaming. We are kind of Alec gaming.
The Three Houses Insanity Mode was cut and only has leftover data with generics having 77 strength or 55 speed. I feel... Ugh. Sorry, pretzel. I saw a video on that. I feel like that leftover data was definitely not what was the... That wouldn't have been the final version. I think that the final version would have probably been... Oh, it's a Elf Thunder guy. Significantly different, though. Come on, Finn. Come on. Oh, no. Dodge. Hit him. No! I do think maybe we could have won with the Iron Lance. Because with the Iron Lance, we still 3-hit KO him, right? But we got... Oh no, it's the same hit rate. Wait, it's the same... Do Iron and Steel weigh the same? Oh my god, FE4. Did I forget? They're the same goddamn weight. I fucking forgot. FE4. FE4 is like this. FE4 is just fucking like this. Alright, we'll burn some RNs. Do you think Alec can beat the Myrmidon? That would be a no. That would be a no, siree Bob. Let's send Nisha through to burn RNs then. This is why I save state in the arena, because you get this stupid shit, right? Weapons are just upgrades. Yeah, I forgot, it's FE4, I forgot. The Slim Sword has 2 more might and 2 less weight. Yeah, the Slim Sword is very, very funny. That's why it's on Arden, because he's epic. Okay, Finn. There's definitely a way that Finn wins this, right? There's definitely a way Finn wins this. You just need to dodge once more and hit once more. Damn it. I think we give up on Finn. I think we give up on Finn until we get the Brave Lance. Brave Lance he wins, absolutely. And with that in mind, I do think we're probably done in the arena. For now. We'll be going again later in the map. Maybe we can send Quan in a little bit more. The Sage has nice hit. Finn is doomed to fail. True. Sorry, just eating. I saw your message, Sylvain. I'm gonna answer. I'm just eating. I don't want to eat. I don't want to answer with a full mouth. So, the Latches is pairing. Initially, the community poll
voted for Beowulf. However,
then someone paid me $100 to do the substitutes instead. So we will be doing the substitutes instead. And I will say this, and I'll pin this comment. If you want to overwrite a pairing with one of your own, ask me for a price for that pairing. I am very bribable. And I'm pinning this comment. The current pairings that we have are Lex Ira, Madir Adine, Teltu Luen, substitutes for Ratchesis, substitutes for Sylvia, Aaron is marrying... Oh, who the fuck is Aaron marrying? Oh, Claude Aaron, and Bridget Dew. So that is who we currently have. And the only one of those that I am not able to change because someone paid me for it, so I'm not going to just take their money and not do it, is the substitutes for Ratchesis. But if anyone else doesn't like the pairings we're going for, tell me what you want, and I will tell you how much you need to pay me to make that happen. Because I am very bribable. Other talk combos. I know there's Deirdre Ethlin, right? Oh, we gotta trade the staves around, too. Oh, that's a little bit... That can be cringe sometimes. Because we gotta get a staff on... We gotta switch the heal and mend with each other, and switch... Yeah, switch heal and mend with each other, I think, is how we want to do it. So, how much gold do you have? Oh, you have enough, okay. How much gold do you have? I gave them a lot of money, right? Yeah, okay, they've got enough, they can do it. So we'll sell the heal staff. We'll sell the mend staff. I think we also... You get heal. I think what we also want to do, though, actually... Let's sell the slim sword, too. And buy the mend staff. To bring up an earlier point, that Logan PFP person was also haranguing imported cheese for using save states and cheating. They even made 4 alt accounts to keep complaining after he was banned. Yeah, I heard about that. And the reason I heard about that was I posted, like, the weird comment I'd gotten about, like, randomizer being a cheating. I posted that. And then someone was like, oh shit, like, I recognize that person. They had a bunch of alt accounts. And then after that, so I did not ban Logan Paul, by the way. Logan Paul is not banned. Hashtag free Logan Paul. Logan Paul was not banned from my community. But for some reason, I think he assumed he was because he was being a little shit, which in fairness, I probably should have, but whatever, you know. I thought it was funny to laugh at him. If someone is being an asshole and they are funny and I laugh at them, I oftentimes just don't ban them because it's like, yeah, you know, you're doing ban-worthy stuff, but it's more fun to point and laugh at your stupidity than to ban you and not be able to see it anymore, right? So I didn't ban Logan Paul because I think the idea of someone who thinks that a randomizer is cheating is just way too funny to actually ban. Was this actually Logan Paul? No, but he had Logan Paul as his PFP. So like I'm calling him Logan Paul. But anyway, I didn't ban him, but then these other accounts started posting, why did you ban me? Why did you ban me? Why did you ban me? And I'm like, bro, I didn't ban you. Logan, I'm part of the low gang. I didn't ban you. I'm not actually part of the low gang. But it was just very funny to get like his profile picture. I'm sorry. His profile picture was 1984. It was the cover of the book 1984. And it just said, why did you ban me? So like he must be used to just like flinging his shit around and then getting banned if he just assumed he was banned. You can still see Logan Paul's comments on my YouTube. The 1984 cover. Yeah. So, you know, it takes all sorts.
I'd like it if they made another game with a side story focused on Claude.
Claude's cool. I like Claude. Alright, let's go to the pawnbroker. Let's fix your blade. Oh wait, no, that's pawnbroker, not blacksmith. Blacksmith, fix your blade. Okay, you go to the pawnbroker and buy the slim sword. And I think you go and you sell your iron sword to Ira so she can have a more accurate weapon. Because blades are what, like 60 hit or something stupid? Yeah. So she will buy... Because, like, I don't want to give her, like, a really good weapon because she's not seeing much combat. But I'd like something other than the blade, right? I think we're all set. Imported cheese has some weird unit takes, but the gags are very funny. You didn't ban me 1984. Yeah, I don't want to like start beef. I've said this to him in like quote unquote in person in his Discord, where I think a lot of his takes are outdated, I guess would be the term for it. It's the things that we believed like, you know, 5 to 10 years ago, the sort of mecha ages. But entertaining streamer. And then you're gonna get the light brand, right? When I think it's Deirdre talks to you? Yeah, Deirdre talks, okay. So let's save the game so we don't have to redo all of that. I would say he has boomer opinions, but I think you're older than him. I mean, I wouldn't say boomer opinions, because that implies like a level of bigotry, right? And I don't think that is accurate. It's a video game, right? Like, I don't think that it's like, the end of the day, who cares, right? 5 move, so we send you out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How far can Ethlyn? Because the roads always throw me off. How far can you move? You can go here, so then we put Ethlyn there. Okay. Because we want to get the light brands. Ba-na-na-na-na.
How are you faring so far, Deirdre? I know my brother is worried something fierce about you risking your life like this. Ethlyn, thank you for asking, but I'm doing just fine for now. Everything will be alright, I can feel it. So long as I'm at Sigurd's side, our happiness will see us through. I don't think I've ever seen Sigurd as happy as he is since I met you. He's practically a changed man. Ethlyn, here, I'd like you to have this. I've been meaning to give it to you for a while. Oh, is this a light brand? Wow, these are so rare and hard to come by. Are you sure you want to give me this? Of course. I know it'll serve you well. I can't thank you enough, Deirdre. I'll always treasure it.
And that's why we sell the slim sword, because now she is the only weapon she'll ever need. The light brand. I also think, like, you don't have to agree with every... I think this is something that, like, I recently learned that there are people who will, like, unsubscribe from a YouTuber if they disagree with, like, some or even just, like, one of their takes. And, like, you know, I'm not gonna tell you how to, like, what content to consume, right? It's everyone's personal decision. But I do think there's a level of immaturity tied to that, where, like, everyone needs to agree with me exactly, or else I don't like them anymore, right? No, I think there's a difference between, like, you know, if someone's, like, content farming and you don't want to watch any more, like, a content farm of bad takes, right? That's one thing. But if it's just, like, you know, I have a different opinion than this person about, like, a video game or a card game or whatever. The way that this came up for me was I was watching, I don't play Magic the Gathering anymore, but I was super entrenched for a while. So I still sometimes watch Magic the Gathering YouTubers. And I was watching Pleasant Kenobi, who is a Magic the Gathering YouTuber. And he talked about how, like, people apparently unsubscribe if they disagree with his evaluations on how good certain cards are. And that is the wildest shit in the world to me. Like, it just blows my mind. I mean, I also recognize, like, I'm fucking 34. 34? Yeah, I'm 34. So, like, I recognize also that, like, I'm really old when it comes to internet stuff. And a lot of my audience are, I wouldn't even say immature, just younger, right? It would be immature if you were around my age. And the same for, like, audience of other people that I watch. So maybe it's one of those things where, like, as you grow older, you start to decide what you can and can't disagree with someone over. Because there's the, you know, there's taking it too far and this sort of, like, you know, oh, well, I disagree with your politics about whether or not gay people should be able to get married, but you know, it's just a simple disagreement. Well, maybe, you know, maybe that's something that actually matters. But I disagree with, you know, whether or not Command Tower is a good card. But who fucking cares? It's a card game. Lady Latches of Nordion, huh? I've been looking forward to this. She's been playing cruel games with my heart for years, but look how the tables have turned. I have an entire army behind me, and against her insignificant guard, what could she possibly do? It's powerless to resist coming back to Horsheim with me, and who knows, perhaps one day she'll admit it. One day I saw a meme about Dimitri and Dudu, and that's why I asked. Wait, what are you asking? With Dimitri and Dudu? Our task force is to form a defensive line. Don't let the enemy lure you from your post. Stand your ground, understood?
So, Horsheim's finally made their move. Perfect. Release the brigands on the villagers as we arranged. Under the old king, you couldn't even dare to meddle in any of his property. Yet it is the easiest thing to cheat Chagall. Strip everything of worth you find and bring it back here. Leave no stone unturned. Ho ho ho!
I love the brigand music.
Horchime is going for Nordion's throat. Who do I side with? Let's wait and see how this unfolds. Instruct the men to remain where they are until the dust settles.
Are we talking about whether Dimitri and Dedu are gay? On the one hand, my take on, like, this is not Dimitri Dedu specifically, because I feel like I don't know enough about the two of them to definitively say my thoughts, but more like the whole shipping as a whole. On the one hand, I think that whoever you, like, want to ship, as long as it's not, like, you know, an incest couple or, like, a child marriage or whatever, you know, ship who you want, right? On the other hand, I do think that there are sometimes the loudest voices tend to be the people who are unwilling to accept, that their headcanon is just a headcanon, and get mad when others do not subscribe to the same headcanon as them, right? And I think that I don't like that. I don't like the prescriptive headcanon. I think that, you know, getting the enjoyment out of, like, the ship that you like, that's perfectly fine, that's perfectly great, perfectly harmless. You could, like, there is an element of, there's a little bit of an element of devaluing non-romantic relationships that I don't love. You know, anytime that two women or two men are close, it has to be Yaoi or Yuri. And I think that ties into the loud, aggressive, if you disagree people, where it can become like, you know, well, I'll name a ship that, I've been thinking about this with, like, there's some Fire Emblem 7 ships where, like, I really like the relationship between them, whether it's romantic or not, though. Eliwood and Hector is a big one where it's like, you know, I can see I believe it's Yaoi is the boy run, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I always get Yaoi and Yuri mixed up, but I think Yuri is WOW and Yaoi is MLM. But I can see the Yaoi dynamic there. But I also think that even if you don't see it as a romantic thing, I really like the relationship, the sort of brotherly and or friendship relationship. Same with Lyn and Florina, where a lot of people ship them. And I think that's great if you like that, like, from a romantic perspective. But I think that even if you don't ship them, I like the, you know, sort of sisterly relationship, right? And I think that I really like, depictions of non-romantic love in fiction. I think Lord of the Rings actually is a great textual example of really well-written, and it's in the movie, well-acted love that is, in some cases, explicitly not romantic, and in some cases, you know, you can see the Frodo Sam, like, I ship Frodo and Sam, right? But if you don't, it's also just, it's impossible to deny that they love each other. It's just a matter of, well, you know, what type of love is it, right? Merry and Pippin is the one that I'm thinking of that is explicitly not romantic because they're cousins. But there's a lot of, especially in the movie with, like, the acting elevates it, but I really like their relationship as well of, the younger cousin and the older one who looks after him the whole time, and then the roles reverse by the end of the movie. Toxic Yaoi and Doomed Yuri are the same story. Yaoi is MM, Yuri is Sapphic. Okay. Okay, so I got it right. All of my ships are non-canon. Well, almost all Fire Emblem ships are non-canon, especially in modern FE, where there's like the flexibility of who pairs up with who. But even in like FE4, you know, there's some pairings that are slightly more canon, right? But who is Ira's canon husband? Well, you know, there's a couple of possibilities, you know? Yaoi is multi-level marketing. I hate that Boy has the same acronym as fucking multi-level marketing shit. Because they're pyramid schemes. The gay pyramid scheme. People can love each other and it doesn't need to be romantic. And I think that there is a lot of value in depicting non-romantic love, especially since oftentimes the stories that get like the most elevation and attention and stuff are those of romantic love. I think that I really, really like stories of non-romantic love, whether it's familial or just friendship, right? Like sometimes it's like legitimate, you know, sisters, brothers, siblings, cousins, that sort of stuff. But sometimes it's not literally family, but it's like we're like family, right? We can recruit Ratcheses this turn. Let's attack, and then on the Canto, we will talk.
Sir Sigurd, thank goodness you're here. Things were looking so bleak for a moment. I'm glad to see you're safe, Latches. What about Eldigan? Is he still being held? Yes, he's still in Augusty. It's as if all the lords of Augustria have turned on us. Please, Sir Sigurd, lend us your might. No matter what it takes, my brother must be saved. Of course, I have no fondness for bringing war to foreign lands. But in this case, we've little choice. His Majesty, King Asmundr, is well aware of King Amka's assassination of Chagall's hand in it. He's received word of Chagall's ambitions to invade Grandvale itself, and has already approved of military action. His Majesty also believes Eldigan's rescue to be vital if we are to put an end to the hostilities. Rest assured, Latches, I swear that we will save Eldigan. And then she turns blue, but she literally can't do anything on turn 1, because Sigurd blocks her in. Great fucking game design right there. 10 out of 10. But aside from that, so Latches is a very interesting unit to talk about in terms of how good she is, because she's always a good unit, but how good is going to depend on how much you care about turn count. Because this is a trainee. She starts as a level 2 princess, which is an infantry, staff, and sword class. She can use A-rank swords, much like Ira and Sigurd, so you can immediately give her the silver sword. And she starts with the prayer sword. The prayer sword and the earth sword are female-only swords, and they're pretty good. The prayer sword gives miracle, and miracle, as we talked about with Finn, is a very good skill in Fire Emblem 4. For those who need a refresher, rather than being chance-based, it ups your avoid at low HP, and you can get up to 100 extra avoid, depending on how low your HP is. The Earth Sword is essentially Nosferatu, but it only has 10 durability, so it's shit. Because it's super expensive, and it's garbage. But the Prayer Sword is very good, and it can only be wielded by women. Female sword users are pretty rare. It's Ratcheses and Ira in Gen 1, and Aaron. Aaron is also a sword user. So it's the three of them are the only female sword users in Gen 1. I believe Tailtew gets swords on promotion, but you're not promoting Tailtew. Don't fucking meme, you're not promoting Tailtew. So mainly, because her stats are so bad, she's mainly an infantry healer, right? Very similar to Deirdre and Aideen. She only has C-rank stabs, so she doesn't even get to do the Aideen thing of like, well, I've got physics, so even if I can't reach, I can still physic people. C-rank stabs is pretty rough. She can heal, she can mend, she can return people. But on promotion, she gets the strongest promotion in Fire Emblem. Master Knight. So, I think a lot of people, Master Knight is the best class in the game. And probably the best class in the franchise. But I think a lot of people, like, misunderstand why, because it looks super impressive. You get huge stat gains, right? Which is great for her combat. And you get access to every single weapon type in the game. Swords, lances, axes, bows, fire, thunder, wind, light, and staves. No dark magic, but no playable unit gets dark magic. So that sounds really cool. However, you can ignore lances, axes, because those are garbage. You don't need them. Being able to use fire, thunder, and wind is nice because you can hit enemies on res, you get 1-2 range. That's pretty cool. The big thing is A rank swords, which she already has, super big stats, a horse, and A rank staves. Master Knight is the only way to get A rank staves on a horse. And that means Master Knight is the only class in the game that can use something like Physic or Restore or Rescue, which is the strongest staff in the game, the best movement staff in the game, while having mounted movement, which is huge. Combine that with the fact that you can do really good mounted sword combat, you can do good mounted magic combat, and you have bows, which are situationally useful, mostly for the arena, because you can use the bow arena, which is easier to go through to get your last 10 levels. But I think that Master Knight would be like 95% as good if it only had swords, staff, and wind. Bows are a nice extra, but like at that point you don't really need to go through the arena other than for money. And lances and axes, the only upside to lances and axes is if you want a brave weapon on her, she could use the brave lance, brave axe, or brave bow, and you can let other people use the brave sword, because the brave sword is the best brave weapon, but a lot of people want to use it. And especially, you know, like Beowulf can only use swords. Ira, if you want to go all in on Ira, can only use swords, right? Even like Alec and Nisha, they can use swords and lances, but axes, if you want a brave weapon on her and you're not using Lex, like you can give her the brave axe instead. The weapon triangle in Fire Emblem 4 is incredibly strong, but it doesn't matter because of just how unbalanced the weapons are in terms of their weight and their hit and stuff. I guess lances are good for physical 1-2 range. But yeah, it's mostly swords, staves, and magic. And then like bows are good for the arena, maybe shooting down a flyer, although if we're being honest, she can probably kill the flyers with swords and magic anyway. And then like lances and axes give her other options, but she's not the only lance or axe user. I think that being able to use the brave lance is more relevant in Gen 2, because in Gen 2 there's far fewer lance users. In Gen 1, we have Finn, we have Alec, we have Nisha, we have Quan, we're gonna get Aaron, we're gonna have a lot of lance users, right? But in Gen 2, being able to use a lance is a lot more exclusive. Still, very, very, the reason that I say how good she is depends on how much you care about turn counts is because the quote-unquote ideal way to train her up is through staffing. You could train her by like trying to do her combat, which is really bad, or you can do what I'm going to do, and at the end of this chapter, you have some stupid little shithead like Nisha go into the arena over and over and fail over and over. And when you fail the arena, you get at low HP, and then Latches doesn't get experience by hero staffing him. And she does that all the way until promotion, and then she's instantly promoted at the start of chapter 3. That's what I'm gonna do, and that's what I would recommend you do in a casual playthrough. However, if you care about turns even a little bit, if it's a ranked playthrough, if it's an LTC, or if you're just challenging yourself to take fewer turns, that takes like 100,000 turns. So she's going to become a Master Knight a lot later if you train her more like without abusing grinding and stuff, right? Now, Ethlyn, as your mounted staffer, leaves at the end of chapter 3. So I do think that even if you care about turns, you should really try to get Ratchus promoted before the end of Chapter 3 so you can have a mounted staffer in Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. And that is part of also what elevates her is like, well, if Ethlyn's going bye-bye, I would like someone who can staff my horse units, right? I'd like someone who can keep up with everyone to heal them. But regardless of how you choose to use Ratchus, as long as she promotes, she's gonna be phenomenal. It's more a matter of like, when is she going to promote, right? Also, she has Charm. This is pretty cool. It just boosts hit and avoid by 10 for everyone within 3 tiles. I like it. It's one of the cool things about Charm is it stacks with itself, but unfortunately there's only one Charm user in Generation 1, and it's Gen 2 where you can stack multiple uses of Charm and get up to 30 hit and avoid. But it's a nice little buffer. If you can get her like around other people, she can bolster them, and that's kind of cool. Sorry, just making a marker there, because I'm eventually going to make a compilation of all these unit reviews, and so I'm making markers in my recording for where each of them takes place. Will we get to Crab Rave during that grind? Yeah, probably. Not tonight. I think we only got one castle in us tonight. But, you know, I'll do the grind on camera, probably. Y'all seem to like it so much, right? Finn, why are you leveling like absolute dog shit? The FE4 arena is just fun. Doesn't Sigurd give a buff from being the leader? Yes. Leadership stars, they're very funny. Here, I'll put Quan here. So, the first leadership star does nothing, and every star afterwards is plus 10 hit and avoid to everyone within 3 tiles. It's essentially charisma, but as a leadership star, right? So Sigurd gives 10, Selif has 3 stars, he gives 20. Is the Latches grind largely boring? Oh yeah, very boring. Very boring. But y'all seem to really like those boring grinds, so, you know, I give the people what they want. I'm a woman of the people. This is probably my least favorite map in the game, but I think the music is fucking phenomenal. So, these 3 green units, we want them to stay alive. Because if we can keep all 3 of them alive, we get a very powerful reward, the Night Ring, which lets us give Canto to an infantry unit. Which, you might think, you know, like, oh, well, you know, infantry, they lag behind. But Dancer, the Dancer is an infantry unit. And so Canto Dancer, smiley face. Okay, nice dodge, Aba. And now we just have the boss. Oh, I didn't realize you hadn't moved yet. That's fine, though. Okay, we just have the boss, Elliot. Okay. Bum ba ba dum bum ba da da da. Bum ba da da ba da. All right, Elliot, you drop a silver lance. So I would like to probably get that in Quan, because that's A rank, right? Yeah, so Quan is the only unit I have who can use that. So I would like him to be the one to get this kill. Let's see if we can set it up with Midir. Ah, Granville. Don't interfere with this unless you want me to wipe the floor with you too. How does Quan do with the javelin? 30 minus 12, that is 28? No, that's 18. Okay, we can't get the kill with the javelin, but we can probably get the steel lance. Yeah, that's a kill. Okay. Isn't this the map you get Sylvia? Yes. We get her next castle. Ugh, blast. Why must everything go Eldigans? Ugh. But no rest for the wicked. We want to rush? This is a very time-intensive map. We really want to rush this map because there's a village with the bargain band. And getting that is a very big deal. So we will kill you. The brigands are closing on that village fast. It's a very tight time-based objective, although less tight than it first appears, because remember, every village has 10 HP. So it's less tight than it initially appears, while still being, pretty tight. Okay, we'll Brave Axe you. Nice defense level on Lex. That's a kill! That's an exact kill, Sigurd. Can you imagine a thief, not only with soul, but bargain? What does Do threaten to rob the store if he doesn't get half the price? So, Do already has bargain, actually, believe it or not. He starts with it. He's a haggler. So, perhaps counterintuitively, I'm sending my infantry, aside from Arden, away from the front lines. Because I want them to be ready to intercept this squad when we fight that castle. As much as this is a very bad map for infantry at large, I do think that one castle is a good opportunity for infantry to actually do something of value, simply because they're lagging behind so much they might as well. So we're gonna begin the grind. We're gonna heal up these green units. I like her animations. They're cool as a princess. I hope this large-scale map sign never returns, but I don't like what it does to infantry units. I think that the large-scale maps can work with infantry if the maps were designed with them in mind. If there were, like, side objectives that infantry are well suited for, then I think it could work. And I actually have an example. I did a video on it. There's a ROM hack. Let me find my playlists. ROM hack reviews. Alright, I'm gonna post this in stream chat. If you want to see a game that has large-scale maps similar to FE4, but the infantry still feel worthwhile, check that video out. It's a review of a hack that I think does just that. What if the roads only buffed infantry? That is actually something that I think, I was talking about with one of my friends, like, you know, how would we, like, help the infantry problem, right? I think that roads either only impacting infantry, or my thoughts are, what if roads primarily impacted infantry, right? You know how cavaliers get slowed down by forests more than infantry do, but both groups get slowed? What if infantry got sped up by roads more than cavalry did, but both groups got slowed? Or both groups got sped, right? And then you also get the scale, because cavaliers get less of a bonus, infantry get more of a bonus, and flyers get no bonus. Since flyers are usually better than cavaliers, and so you get that sort of sliding scale of just how much specific unit types are benefiting. What if infantry weren't slowed by forests? That's another option, although you would have to put more forests, because FA4 doesn't really have any other than the fucking spirit forest, right? Like other forest locations for like side objectives or something. Otherwise it just doesn't matter, right? That's why desert maps, I don't think desert maps are a good solution to the infantry versus cavalry problem, because one, flyers don't fucking care about it, but two, it's like one map, right? It just makes it a single, like, unfun map. You don't train up a group of infantry in every single chapter just to have a slightly less bad time in the desert map. Instead, like, the way that you can make infantry work, I think Fire Emblem 6 is actually really good at this, because you have one of the best cavalry, like one of the best showings for cavalry, right? The Game Boy Advance cavalry, they have rescue, they have canto, they have multiple weapon types, and yet, by both hamstringing promotion options and giving you infantry with better stats as compared to the cavalry, you end up, oftentimes in Fire Emblem 6, training a balance. Because you want to have the benefits that come from horses and from flyers. But you also want units like Rutger, units like Echidna, units like Barter. These really, really powerful combat units. Now, it drops the ball in the second half because you get Milady and Percival, and then it's just like, well, sorry, infantry, get fucked. But I do think in the first half of the game, you know, training up someone like Deke, you know, has a value. I haven't played FE6, but I like that approach to design. Yeah, I think it's why, you know, obviously, the cast is still somewhat unbalanced. It's definitely not perfect. And like I say, Milady and Percival, like, just buck the trend. But it's why if you compare something like the Sacred Stones, where you similarly get really strong infantry units, like Garrick. Dussel's not infantry, but he might as fucking well be, because he's still 6 move.
you get those guys, but in those games, no, Sigurd, don't die. Baby girl, don't die. In those games, you still, like, even with the huge stat advantage, Garrick is still worse than, like, Franz, Ford, and Kyle. Dussel is still worse than Franz, Ford, and Kyle, despite how enormous his stats are. Because, the stat difference doesn't matter when the enemies are weak, right? Game over, lol. Game over! It's okay, because I did make a movement mistake. Do was supposed to go this way. Everyone else can go north. But Do and Arden, they got a job to do. The javelin is super heavy. I think it's more just like Sigurd isn't invincible, right? I overextended and got punished. Lances are heavy. They are. I think infantry spear units should get a weapon type that gives them permanent advantage against mounted units, so you can sprinkle them. Less devastating than Slayer. Do we have to have the Slayer conversation? We might have to have the Slayer conversation. I don't know. I've been talking about this with one of my friends, because we're running a Sacred Stones community poll, right? Why do so many people think that, like, 80% of the enemies in Sacred Stones are monsters? I think Slayer is the most overhyped. Actually, no, because summoning exists. If summons didn't exist, Slayer would be the most overhyped aspect of the Sacred Stones. Slayer is, like, such a nothing skill. It sounds really fucking good, right? Permanent effective damage against monsters? That's a huge boost, right? Well, my friend actually ran the numbers, and there's like 2 enemies that Bishop Archer can kill with Slayer that Sage Archer can't just kill with Hellfire. Now, the reason that Bishop is better than Sage is you get C-rank stats, right? So, I do think Bishop is better than Sage because you get C-rank stabs, but Slayer is not why Bishop is good. It does mean that Mulder and Natasha, if they choose to go Bishop, Mulder and Natasha do get better combat, right? And it does actually help them hit a couple of thresholds that they wouldn't otherwise. But Mulder and Natasha, the reason it helps them is they have such bad magic, they shouldn't be doing combat anyway. Mulder and Natasha are not combat units. Mulder and Natasha should just be focusing on staffing, because that's also how you get a higher staff rank on them, right? Slayer's mostly good for endgame. I'm glad you said that, because that was going to be my next point. The last 2 maps of the game are almost exclusive monsters. There's Reeve and Lyon, but other than that, it's all monsters, right? So you would think, oh, well, Slayer's gonna be really good then. And it kind of is. But you also have access to the legendary weapons. And so everyone who you are fielding is doing effective damage against monsters. So, like, the legendary weapons are only 2 times effective, not 3 times effective, but they're much higher might than a lightning tome, right? The legendary weapons are killing
monsters. The biggest advantage Slayer has, and I do think this is like the big niche, aside from letting Mulder and Natasha pretend they're combat units, Purge. Purge is a light tome. And so Purge lets you use a siege. Purge lets you use a siege tome against monsters 10 tiles away and deal effective damage to them. And that is actually a big deal. But it's 5 attacks. So, you know. Hey, Latches, there you are. Check out this beauty of a sword. I thought I'd give it you. Oh, I can't say I've seen a blade this peculiar before. Does it have a name? It's called a thief sword. Want to cut the bad guys? It sings your best friend. Oh, thank you. Although, why are you giving it to me? I'm hardly complaining, but surely you need a decent sword. Nah, I'm not bothered. I ain't any point in me keeping it. Let's just say it does a lot more than stab. See you around. Thief Sword is cool. Thief Sword lets you get money by stealing other people's money. It gives the thief ability. But yeah, onto the Slayer conversation, right? Hoarding S-rank tomes until the final map. I mean, I don't think you need to hoard them until the final map. I do think the S-rank weapons are useful before the final map, but they also come late enough that you should have plenty of durability left by the final map. Lex. Did they rename Miracle into Prayer? That's old. That's old. But yeah, the big thing about Slayer, I think, is Purge. Powering up Purge. Letting Mulder and Natasha pretend they're combat units. I think Slayer's good because you can only S-rank stabs for Latona and still be capable of dealing damage at endgame. But you only need one Latona user. Like, why are you getting Latona on Arthur instead of, you know, Mulder or Natasha or, I guess it would, La Rochelle if you're a crazy person. Like, yeah, you can use an S-rank stab and also be able to, like, you can get S-rank stabs and still be able to 23. I don't love this. You can use S-rank stabs and still be able to do decent combat because of Slayer. But, like, why are your combat units the ones that you're trying to get S-rank stabs on, right? I think that is the main advantage Natasha has over Mulder. It's the only advantage she has over Mulder, is she can go Valkyrie, which actually has a, like, reason to exist. I want to get kills on the Light Brand. Nisha can probably set up. Because Valkyrie has a horse, right? It's only 7 move, and I know some people get, like, really upset about that. But, like, you can still rescue drop right there, right? You still got Kanta, you still got all the goodness that comes with being a horse unit in the Game Boy Advance. Mulder is good as a sage because his magic sucks, but his high con lets him wield the heavy tomes without losing speed. I still think you should go Bishop for staff rank. Because Mulder is not a combat unit. Like, I think trying to make Mulder into a combat unit does him a disservice. Do we double this guy? 17 speed. Yeah, we double this guy. Alright, Finn. Kill this person. Oh, right. No, he's losing speed from the Iron Lance. Fuck. I hate lances. Alan's speech bubble. Or I guess technically Sane's speech bubble. Sane hates lances. No, Sane hates swords. He loves lances. I should probably try to keep Ira and Jamke apart from each other, since I'm going for the Lex pairing. I'm talking about Molder. I'm certain if you give him a body wing, he can wield Excalibur without losing seed. It's a meme. Yeah, so that's the thing. It is a meme. It is a meme. Like, it's not... Just because he doesn't lose speed doesn't mean that he ends up, like, actually doing good combat. Molder should be first and foremost a staff unit. Especially because his bulk is actually pretty bad, even by Sacred Stone standards. He has a reputation for being the bulky healer, but that's because his competition is Natasha, right?
Warriors of Granville, so long as I draw breath, you shall never reach Hosherheim.
Good job, Alec. Good job. My current FE8 randomizer has Molder as a zombie and Gilliam as a priest. Zombie Molder is very funny. How the mighty have fallen. What pairings are you going for? I actually just went over this earlier in the stream. I let chat vote on my pairings. However, people are allowed to pay to adjust them, shall we say? And already I had a $100, someone paid $100 to make me use the substitutes instead of pairing Ratchasis. So, currently, what we have going on is Lex, Ira, that's what chat voted for. Midir, Edane, that's what chat voted for. Claude, Aaron, that's another one that chat voted for. Let's run away with our horses. We're doing substitutes for Tethys and Ratchasis. Or not Tethys, Sylvia and Ratchasis. I got the FE8 brain rot going on. Because we were talking about Slayer and shit. We'll do this, and then we can heal you. And then, Teltu, Luen, Aaron, Claude, and Bridget. I think that's all of them, right? I think you go, like, here, probably? And then Killer Bow, you... Midir's gonna have to do, like, the hit and run moment, right? And just, like, hide behind everyone else, but he's really good at that. Another Ice Rider moment. Oh, the Slayer stuff? Oh, yeah, that's absolutely becoming an Ice Rider video. You know, sometimes I can just tell, right?
once we start talking about something and I'm like, oh, this would be a cool Ice Rider video. And that was one of those times. Wait, where's the peninsula? It's over here, right? Yeah. So Arden's gotta go north. Nisha needs healing, so we'll send Nisha back. How far ahead can you go? Okay. This is a little bit dangerous, because I don't want the green units to kill themselves, but I think we heal up Nisha. Arden's going on vacation. Ice Rider channel should have a Celica riding a Glastrier icon. That would be cool. However, I do not have the money to commission an artist. So, as cool as that would be, let's move Jamke, like, here, just so we don't get the pairing by accident. As cool as that would be, it shall not be. That is indeed an issue. Yeah, cause like, I'm not gonna pay an unfair amount, right? And I'm not artistically talented enough to do it myself. Is Ira Jamke a decent pairing? No. No, it is not. I guess technically Jamke gives, like, Onslaught and Adept to the Sword Twins? So actually, no, it's not terrible. Yeah, Onslaught and Adept for the Sword Twins. It's basically... God damn it. So yeah, this is the Penton Louise moment. We will be resetting, because that is an unacceptable loss. That is an unacceptable loss. Jamke also gives a lot of strength. Does he? What's his strength growth? I don't remember offhand. Oh wait, fuck. Oh, it's fine. Okay. We do this. We can put Finn blocking Ethlin, maybe? Philip says you shall not pass. Oh, I'm gonna kill Philip. I'm gonna kill Philip. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. Larsai gets a 55% strength growth, and Shakath gets a 65%. Interesting. It's pretty good, yeah. That's pretty good, yeah. You want to know something absolutely fucking hilarious?
Lyra has a 30% speed growth. Oh, I forgot to give gold. The only reason she caps speed is the Swordmaster promo bonuses are kind of nuts. Yeah, and her base speed is also pretty good. The fact that we don't double with the Javelin is so cringe and sad. But, like, once you get a crit Javelin, it doesn't matter. I might have also just gotten Ethlin killed again. Like, this might all be for nothing. Yeah, it looks like they're going for Finn instead, which I'm fine with. Finn, I swear to God, you're embarrassing. Oh. What a loser. What a loser. He's my little fail boy. He's my little fail boy. We'll mend you up, Buttercup. Finn, get good. Please, you appear in Gen 2. Is Midir a dad? Yes. I would not have reset if it weren't for the fact that Midir is, unfortunately, Lester's father. Nothing of value is lost. If I did not have an obligation to democracy, to the voters, to the chat. Come on! Finn, my fucking fail boy! Midir is refusing to proc his machine gun build. Finn is refusing to do anything helpful whatsoever. This is a disaster! Okay, we'll heal up Midir, I guess. Luen should have been the dad. In reference to Fire Embad for Luen Lester. This might be another reset. This is probably another reset.
Yes. Chat has lost faith. Chat has lost faith. In fairness, I don't blame them. Alright, let's see. The green units move around. See what happens. Okay, Alec dodging. Good start. Off to a good start. Off to a very good start. The problem is I think 2 Armor Knights reach Ethlin or something? Well, they hate Alec. They hate Alec. They're trying to cancel Christmas. Okay, we're good. The biggest problem is that stupid priest is still alive. So he's gonna heal someone. Yeah, heal. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. We gotta kill the priest. I just arrived. Has anything interesting happened so far? We've just been chilling. I want to get kills on Ethlin. Okay, you have 23. So we can kill you. I mostly want to get these kills because getting kills on the light brand is good, like a critical light brand for Leaf. The light brand's just a very good weapon. How far do you reach? Oh, you reach Ethlin. That's a little bit scary. But if we can kill the other armors, which I think we can, then it's not that bad. Send you over here. Do this. Okay, got the other healer. You have 35 attack. So she lives that guy. Okay, so we just need to kill you two. Alright. You heal up Nisha. The green units will get involved. Oh, they will? Yeah, you're right. If literally only Philip's left, though, because they're all at full HP, they can't die to Philip. This is potentially a not great situation. $35. Okay. Heal you up. I think we have Alec, Slim Sword, this guy, and then Retreat. Over here. You Brave Axe. And then you block Ratchasus. And Nisha. Doesn't kill. Fudge nuggets. We're literally 1 point shy. I should have bought him the Steel Lance. The green units will kill, at least. So you're fine there. And then Quan gets this kill with the Javelin. And positions himself to fight these other two with the Javelin. You all stay there like that. Arden going on his vacation. Okay. Potentially questionable situation. I did not need you to miss that, you stupid shithead. I did not need you to miss that. Okay. So, I don't think the armor plus Philip can combine to kill the green unit. The problem is if Philip suicides into a green unit, it's bad. But I don't think they can kill him because he's at 16 HP. Yeah, so I think it's fine. And then that's actually good for us because Evelyn can get this kill very easily. Where are you going, green units? The best part of Lex post-promotion is his physical defense becomes so high he can 1v1 basically every physical unit. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. We'll light brand you. Lord Bordeaux, I beg your pardon. Oh, you know what? I just realized why I thought there was a heal staff available. My last FE4 run was infantry only. And in infantry only, Ethlin sells the mend staff. So you give the heal to Deirdre. I just got confused because I was used to infantry only. Alright, this is a bit of a situation. And then I think Sigurd is gonna javelin this one. And the rest of yous try to keep up. Actually good green unit AI? Well, I don't know if I would go that far, because they are oftentimes very suicidal. Are you trying to get crit on the javelin? Yes. I think crit javelin is a very good strategy. I like getting a crit javelin in Gen 1. You can pass it to Oifi, you can pass it to Femina, or Fee rather, not Femina. The only problem with the crit javelin is only one person can inherit it, right? And it's just Fee. Or you can give it to Finn. He does keep it. I guess Altena also inherits it, but lol, Altena. That's another kill for the Javelin. I should check in on the Javelin kills. Both Quan and Sigurd have been doing a lot of Jav combat. But I've been focusing on Sigurd's. Granville's already here! Blast! Why couldn't my men have been useful for once? Fine, I'll take this into my own hands. I love burning houses down. Can Sigurd get this kill with the Javelin? We can get another Jav kill! Ah, my castle! Sorry, Bordeaux, but you're just another stain on the end of my javelin. Hornshine is secure, sire. What are you thinking for our next move? Do we pull out? The imminent danger has passed. The immediate danger is past. Nordion should be safe, but Eldigan is still being held in the capital. Furthermore, yes, I'm hearing that the frontier towns in the central forest are grappling with bandit raids. We can't afford to leave them be. Agreed. It is crucial that we help the locals, that we might convince them we aren't their enemy. In that case, we must ride north at once. There's no time to waste. Let's go. Sigurd is not the pullout king. 25 kills on Sigurd's Javelin. Meanwhile, Quan has a 9-kill Jav. Yeah, so Quan's is you know, you're not really doing that. I've only ever gotten the bargain band with a fair amount of rigging. I mean, I don't think we did any rigging, right? I considered, full disclosure, if he had Great Shielded there, I would have used the return staff to rig in the arena to make sure we got that kill. But the bargain band is both, like, a very tight... The bargain band is simultaneously a very tight, you know, turn timer thing, while also not being as tight as some people might perceive it to be. If Luen doesn't get Adept, he can get stuck on the bandits on the way. Yeah, Adept and Critical are sort of the big deciders there, right? I think Madeir can afford to fall a little bit behind, so we can build some love. Don't forget about Arden! Heal Alec up. I'd say this castle went actually really fucking well. I am going to, so that's going to be the last thing we do on stream, but I will read out, like, the cutscenes and do unit reviews for Luen and Sylvia.
You imbecile, you turned your back on the crisis and to line your own pockets, and now we've lost Hanscherheim. There had better be a good explanation for your behavior, Macbeth.
My humblest apologies, Your Majesty. Forgive me, I beg of you. I've already sent the order to Volt's sellsword unit to move in at once.
There's the order to move in. Guess we don't have much of a choice now. But he's gonna send us in and then have his men turn tail right when we need him. I'm staying put till I see how this plays out. Oi, Beowulf, how about you?
Yeah, I ain't up for this at all, Volts. That Macbeth swine really rubs me the wrong way. I'm this close to just walking off the job.
You're a free man, Beowulf. If the job ain't right for you, you're free to quit it. That's a funny thing about mercenaries, isn't it? Today's pals are tomorrow's foes.
Amen to that. Hopefully I'm not gonna end up enemies someday. Wouldn't have a hope in hell against you, would I?
Ain't met anybody in the whole world who can take me.
I like how he's like, oh, I'm ordering my men to move in, and then they run away from us. They go all the way the fuck away up there. Also, these guys' AI is wild. I do not know how it works, but it lost me my Christmas Cavalier solo, because they seized the castle. So we have 4 turns to get that village, the Bargain Ban village. What's going on, sir? What's that din outside?
Well, well, the bard's still here, are ya? You ought to get out of here. We've got bandits headed our way. Bandits? Isn't the Augustrian army doing something about them? The army? That's rich, boy. The army's too busy with their little civil war to deal with our problems. Clearly, that's more important than our safety. Actually, that's not all. Rumor is the Lord of Infinies himself is pulling the bandit strings here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's it. This guy's gotta go. I'll sort out the bandits, okay? Now, how big a reward will be waiting for me when I get back here? Still full of hot air, are you? Just get out of here, wise guy. Nobody in here's got time to listen to you blowing your own horn. Oh, come on. A little confidence would be nice. Whatever. Oi! Luen! Running off behind my back, are you now? Sylvia? Damn. I mean, you found me. Yeah, I found you. You had your fun with me, so you just dumping me without so much as a goodbye. Hey, careful with that tongue of yours. We barely met here just a week ago. We've only been out for dinner for, what, 2 or 3 times? You're a dancer, I'm a bard. There's not much else to it. But you called me adorable. That really meant a lot to me. Sometimes I just say things and I don't really mean them. Oh, come on, enough with the tears. Things will probably get a bit rough out there, though. You think you'll be okay? Yeah, I like it rough. Jeez, she was crying her eyes out a few seconds ago. It's like she never really grew up. Huh? Nothing. Let's get going. So we have 2 new units, and they're both pretty good. Well, one of them is very good. This is Sylvia, the dancer. Like other infantry units, Sylvia does face infantry movement problems. She has 6 move instead of 5. So she's better off than Arden and the mages. But 6 move compared to, like, we don't need to keep going over and over and over about you lag behind, roads accentuate the problem, the large number of turns accentuates the problem, right? However, Sylvia, as the dancer, you are incentivized to try to make sure she can keep up with your army as best as possible. When you get the rescue staff, rescuing Sylvia is almost always the best thing you can do with it because it pulls her forward and keeps her up with everyone. Rescue can only be 10 spaces wrong, but it's well worth it to yoink her forward. Even before the rescue staff, just having Sylvia dance for 4 units, like on turn 1, advances your army a lot. You can do a thing where you have 4 units set up, because she dances 4 units at a time, all 4 squares. It's a 4-way dance, similar to like Rayson when he's transformed, but it's always on. You can do a thing where turn 1, everyone moves out of the castle, you send Sylvia, you dance. Turn 2, the infantry has fallen behind, Sylvia can dance the infantry, and they can catch up. And then turn 3, she's a little bit behind, but if you can get her close to the front lines, you can also do like Canto dance type deals where, say you have Sigurd kill someone, then Canto backwards, Sylvia dances for him, and then he gets to take another action, right? So combining Canto with dancing for sort of advanced hit run situations can be really useful. Having her just sort of bolster people ahead on the first turn and then get people to catch up on the later turns can be good. You also get the leg ring, which is +3 move, and that puts her on par with cavalry if she has it. Now, in Generation 2, I think the leg ring is better on a cavalry unit to give them 12 move, because you can always rescue staff Sylvia forward, but in Gen 1, it's harder to rescue her around. Well, not Sylvia, it would be Lean or Layla in Gen 2, but you know what I mean. But in Gen 1, it's harder to rescue Sylvia because you don't get rescued until either Chapter 4 or 5, depending on what Eden conversation you're going for. And in those cases, I think Sylvia makes really good use of the leg ring just to keep up with everyone. You also get the Night Ring, which can give an infantry unit Canto, and Sylvia is, once again, the best recipient of that because she can dance a group of people and then Canto to safety. I also think, I say that Gen 1 is really the time for leg ring Sylvia. If you have an early rescue staff in Gen 2, then I don't think you need leg ring on your Gen 2 dancer. But if you do not have the early rescue staff, and we are not going to, because chat voted for Edain Midir, which does not give early rescue. We won't have rescue until Chapter 9. Without early rescue, I do think that leg ring on Dancer, even in Gen 2, is probably the best thing to do, just so that she can keep up with your cavalry units. She does also have Miracle and Adept combat skills, because she can use C-rank swords. This is more useful than you would think, not because she should be seeing combat outside of the castle, but because with Miracle in particular, Adept is whatever, but with Miracle in particular, Sylvia can cheese her way through the arena. Now, her experience doesn't matter unless you're doing a ranked run, but her money does, because the Night Ring and Leg Ring are very expensive items for Sylvia to have to purchase. And so the more money she can get by going through the arena, the less you have to send her to villages. Also, Broderman, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Have I considered Leg Ring Arden Gaming? Did that pop up? It did pop up on screen. Okay. I have considered Footleg Arden Gaming, and I think that that's, just, it's a bit too peak. It's a bit too peak. I'm just kind of cringe, is what it is. She needs a sugar daddy. She can also benefit from marrying just to get money. Now, we are doing substitutes for her children. That's what chat voted on. But even if you're planning on doing substitutes for Sylvia, I do think it's worth marrying her to someone just to get that extra money, because you can get the substitutes by killing her off in the end of Chapter 5. If she dies before the end of Chapter 5, you still get the substitutes. So even if you're planning on doing substitutes for Sylvia's children, which I do think is a valid, I think that's the only sub pair where there is a legitimate reason to go substitute instead of it just being strictly worse. I wouldn't say it's strictly better, it's a side grade. I personally prefer the substitutes to her children, but there are valid reasons for both, especially in a no rescue run. The money Sylvia passes down to Lean is really, really valuable if you don't have the rescue staff available. because it lets her get the rings sooner. Or you can just pass the rings to her as well. Meanwhile, if you have rescue, I do think that the extra skills you get from Luen and Charlot are nice. But even if you're going for substitutes, I do think that marrying Sylvia just to get access to extra money from someone who doesn't really need money themselves, someone like Lex, Alec doesn't need a lot of money, Beowulf gets a lot of money on recruitment, and he doesn't need that much. If you're not doing Beowulf Latches, which we're not, actually, I might marry Beowulf to Sylvia just for the money, now that I think of it, because someone paid for the gene pairing, right? So Beowulf isn't marrying Latches. I would not recommend this if you're trying to do, if you're trying to use Nana instead of Jean, but since we have been forced against our will to use Latches as substitutes instead of her children, I think that Beowulf is going to be a very good husband for Sylvia because he gets a lot of money and he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it at all, but he gets paid $1 bajillion to join us. But yeah, dance are good, you know, more than 11. Luen is a little bit more complicated to talk about. He is a better mage than Azel, with a worse payoff, but you can at least actually fucking use him as opposed to Azel, who like, ugh. Luen does not have pursuit, so in order to double and kill things, he needs to rely on gambling. He has adept and critical. Either of these going off, it's the same deal that we've been talking about with Jamke and Midir and whatnot. He unfortunately has fewer chances than them because he doesn't have pursuit, although if you can get him the pursuit band, I do think he's probably the best Gen 1 user of the pursuit band. Because wind is incredibly light. 2 weight. He's fast. He has 14 AS right now. He can actually double stuff. And so he, unlike Azel, can actually kill, like do significant damage to, or even kill enemies just by doubling them with magic. The downside is, of course, he is always an infantry unit. Unlike Azel, where you struggle through, you know, 3 or 4 maps of dragging around your 5-move shitter, and he gets a horse. Luen starts with 6 move, which is pretty cool, but he doesn't get a horse on promotion. And that is, again, like it's FE4, the low movement really stings. And unlike Sylvia, giving the leg ring to an infantry unit who is not a dancer just does not feel worth it. You get 1 unit who can keep up, right? But even a combat unit as competent as Luen, and he is way more competent than he appears because of his PRF weapon, even a combat unit as competent as Luen is just not worth giving the leg ring to just to keep up when you could give it to your dancer, or you could give it to a horse unit to give them 12 move, right? Which snowballs because of the way that roads work. Now, midway through Chapter 4, Luen gets access to Forseti, which is the second holy weapon that we're going to get. It boosts his speed by 20, skill by, I believe, also 20, and has 30 might. That's very fucking strong. Unfortunately, it doesn't solve Luen's primary problem, which is that he's still a foot unit in Fire Emblem 4. So while it bolsters his combat, and while the Pursuit Ring bolsters his combat, I do think those are both very good items for Luen. Ultimately, they don't solve his biggest problem, which is his movement. And it just sucks. Like, it's not a bad unit, right? I don't want to give the idea that he's a bad unit, but he is, he struggles. He struggles to reach the front lines. He starts in a pretty good situation because he's in the right spot to kill these brigands, right? But in Chapter 3, there is stuff for infantry to do. In Chapter 4, not really. And Chapter 5, a little bit. But he's gonna struggle to accomplish tasks that you want. Even here in Chapter 2, yeah, he's good for killing these brigands. The next combat castle we have is here. We have to drag his 6-move ass all up. Then we go here, and then we go here, and then we go here, and then we go here. All the way like that before he can fucking do combat, right? And you could use the return staff to send him home, but then we gotta drag his 6-move ass all the way over here. So either way, it's a struggle. ultimately, I think he's better as a dad, specifically because he can pass Forseti down to a horse unit of his own. But, you know, it's still got very good combat. Just, I wish that I could actually make use of those combat stats. I don't know if you saw, but there's an update to this patch, version 1.01, which fixes some stuff. No, I didn't see that, but I will up patch. I will up patch, I mean now, because we're done with the stream now. But thank you all for tuning in, and have a good night. Take care.